C. 3055. C. 3055 when Long Tingyun heard about the incident that had occurred in world-defying stage Dragon Ancestor. He hated both world-defying stage Heavenly Sect and myriad Tao Divine Mountain to the bone. If not for Qin Xiang and the others stopping him, he would have immediately gone out to seek revenge. Senior Long, with your current strength, you will definitely not be able to deal with them. You should be clearer about how strong the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect is than I do. Qin Xiang said they had entered the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect very early on, so they knew much more about this than Qin Xiang. Then, so what do we do now? Is this how world-defying stage Heavenly Sect continues to be arrogant? Long Tingyun was currently very angry, and when the fury surged, he released waves after waves of terrifying dragon aura. Luckily, Feng Kur suppressed it. Otherwise, if it was leaked, it would definitely be discovered. Don't worry. I have other arrangements for you all. In short, you all cannot continue to stay here. I have come here to teach the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect a lesson. Qin Xiang said, and then told them about the natural law world. Qin Xiang had already planned to send them to the Heavenly Dragon City. Although they had to use the half-crippled world-defying soul to cultivate, Qin Xiang had his Tianyuan Holy Body Dan, so they could still level up in the world-defying stage. All right, that won't be a problem. Lin Jitian was very happy because he had come from that place before. At that time, he would even be able to see his own daughter. There are also myriad Tao Divine Mountain S and world-defying stage Heavenly Sect S there, and they are relatively strong. So when you go there, your powers will be of use. Qin Xiang said, We know. When can we go? The Flying Dragon Palace leader didn't have any objections. They didn't want to continue staying here because they felt that the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect was extremely despicable. They were worried that if they continued to stay, the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect would use some sort of method to force them to become his slaves. I can take you guys with me right now. Are we free to leave this city? Qin Xiang asked. Of course I can. I just want to go out normally, and there won't be any problems. I don't want to stay here any longer. I'm worried that I won't be able to suppress the anger in my heart. Long Tingyun said, I can understand, but you better stay calm now for the moment. We're not a match for the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect. Qin Xiang patted Long Tingyun's shoulder. After that, he brought Long Tingyun and the others to the Heavenly Dragon City and let them be under Long Jiuxiao's control. He even told Long Jiuxiao to inform Long Shuangru and told him to look for Lin Shirong. After handling all of these matters, Qin Xiang immediately headed towards the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect. When he came to the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect, he immediately heard about a huge matter. This matter was related to the Luo Jianqing from before. What he did not expect was that Luo Jianqing did not use his own Dao crystal to fill the hole, and instead told him everything. But the original Ancestor S did not believe what Luo Jianqing had said. To world-defying stage Heavenly Sect, this was an extremely huge loss. When Qin Xiang arrived at the city, he could see that there wasn't even half of the world's most important pag. Oh, in the distance. That was the place where the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect was located. And he was the one who got knocked down by Luo Jianqing. And in the end, Luo Jianqing was killed by the world-defying stage Divine level Original Ancestor S. A very intense battle had erupted before. What a pity I didn't see the process. When Qin Xiang returned, he could only hear this matter from others. This is also a good thing. Qin Xiang chuckled, because he had caused this matter to happen. If he did not trick Luo Jianqing, this conflict between Luo Jianqing and the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect would not have happened. It was just that the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect did not know about this matter, and thought that Luo Jianqing wanted to swallow the 1 trillion Dao crystal. Although such a thing had happened, world-defying stage Heavenly Sect still planned to hold that whatever Heaven Gate G, D Child Awakening, Assembly, and it was even very high profile to advertise this conference. Is this true? As long as enough Tao crystalless are paid, one can step into the world-defying stage. It should be true. When the time comes, world-defying stage, heavenly sect will demonstrate it on the spot. I heard that there are already a lot of people registering. This would require 1 trillion Tao crystal. Although 1 trillion Tao crystal is a lot, it's worth it if I can guarantee entering the world-defying stage. As long as we carry out the Heaven Gate Child Awakening ceremony, we can step into the world of the proud. It is said that this is not a method of using the half-broken world-defying soul to increase our cultivation, but a method to directly cultivate the proud world-profound body and directly step into the world-defying stage's profound ranking. That powerful world-defying stage, heavenly sect, actually hid this kind of method. That's right, but we need to consume a large amount of Tao crystal. Chunxiang and the others were discussing this matter, feeling that what Flying Dragon Palace leader said was right. World-defying stage heavenly sect was planning to lie to everyone about this Tao crystal, since their world-defying stage heavenly sect was so powerful. Even if these people wanted to resist, there was nothing they could do. After world-defying stage heavenly sect obtained this Tao crystal, it was enough for her to use for a long period of time. Chunxiang thought he had initially planned to expose this matter, but from the reaction of the crowd, he could tell that they all trusted the world-defying stage heavenly sect very much. These fellows all have low cultivation bases. They are not allowed to come into contact with the secrets of the world-defying stage heavenly sect. It's not like those friends of yours who know so much, which is why they were deceived so much by world-defying stage heavenly sect. Feng Kuter said, "Indeed, these fellows are too naive. Have they forgotten how they entered the city? When Chen Xiang entered the city, he felt that he had been deceived. Although he could enter the world-defying stage heavenly sect, but he did not have much status in the world-defying stage heavenly sect, and could not obtain the inheritance of the world-defying stage heavenly sect. If he needed the inheritance, he needed to buy other items. Furthermore, the things he needed to buy were all very deceptive things. Son of Heaven, we'll see if it's true soon." Chen Xiang only needed to wait a few more days before the conference would begin. At that time, many of the higher-ups of the world-defying stage heavenly sect would gather. Chen Xiang was waiting for this chance. As long as the many experts of world-defying stage heavenly sect gathered together, he would be able to use the 2 extremely powerful pills that he had previously refined. Amen. Then we'll see how terrifying my Feng Kuer's spirit grain is. Feng Kuer could not wait any longer. Time said very quickly, and Chen Xiang spent 5 days here very quickly. A few days later, the awakening ceremony for the Heaven Gate children was also held in the large plaza in the middle of the city. Chun Xiang was also spectating from the side. What made him sigh with emotion was that there were quite a few people in the city, and there were also many disciples in the world-defying stage heavenly sect itself. All of them were gathered at the surroundings of the plaza, but the SPAC in the middle was very empty. In the middle, around a platform, a few old people stood, but original ancestor did not appear. C. 3056. C. 3056. The reason the world-defying stage heavenly sect created the ceremony was mainly to show that they had the power to let the venerable ancestor later stage step into the world-defying stage. This way, they could make a large group of people with a lot of Tao crystal by them the ceremony. As for whether or not it would work, Chun Xiang was also not sure. In short, he felt that world-defying stage heavenly sect would not be so kind. When he first entered the world-defying stage heavenly sect, he was scammed once, and at that time he even said that he could become the world-defying stage heavenly sect's disciple as long as he gave the Tao Crystal S. However, after giving the Tao Crystal S to Yun Che, he could only obtain the qualifications to enter the world-defying stage heavenly sect, and could not even be considered a disciple of the world-defying stage heavenly sect. In the end, those who entered this place could only fend for themselves. The world-defying stage heavenly sect did not care at all. While they had obtained a large number of Tao crystal, they could do a lot of things, but they did not need to pay a lot of money to be able to do so. If they could deceive someone, even if a lot of people were deceived, they could only swallow their anger when they saw that their world-defying stage heavenly sect was so strong. They did not dare to say anything. Is everyone aware of the main purpose of our ceremony? A golden-robed elder that suddenly appeared on the stage said loudly, "The disciple you are looking at right now is the Venerable Ancestor later stage. He has been stuck in the Venerable Ancestor later stage for many years already." The old man looked at the green-clothed man who had walked onto the stage and asked, "Little fellow, how long have you been stuck for?" The light-robed man had a delicate and pretty face. He didn't look like an ordinary person, but one that came from a great family above. "It's been over 10,000 years. The green-clothed man's words caused many people to take a deep breath. Over 10,000 years was a very long time, but everyone was a bit puzzled. He had stopped for so long and still couldn't break through. Yet he was still able to maintain his youthful appearance. After hearing the questions from the crowd, the man in green said, "It's because I ate a pill that can preserve my looks, so I eat one every month. That's why I am so young." Everyone believed that there was such a pill, but it was extremely precious. Since this light-robed man was able to consume so many of these pills, he must be extremely wealthy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to perform such a ceremony. This disciple is the first to accept our kind of ceremony. He comes from the Nangong family of the Divine Wasteland. His name is Nangong Chi. The old man introduced the man. When everyone heard this, they were all amazed. So it's the famous Nangong clan of the Northern Wasteland. The Nangong clan occupies many Tao crystal mines in the Northern Wasteland. No wonder he had so many Tao crystal. The Nangong family of the Northern Wasteland have always been extremely wealthy, but they have still been stuck in the Venerable Ancestor later stage for such a long time. It can be seen how difficult it is to step into the world-defying stage. Isn't it? Just that I do not have that much. Looks like I have to work hard to find the Tao crystal. After Qin Xiang heard the discussions of the crowd, he knew that many people were desperate to enter the world-defying stage. It was difficult for them to even enter the Venerable Ancestor later stage previously. But now that the world-defying stage heavenly sect and the myriad Tao divine mountain had appeared, it provided everyone with cultivation methods, and after selling some quickly increasing pills, many people who did not have any progress previously had broken through. As long as one was not too poor, by buying enough pills from the world-defying stage heavenly sect, he would be able to reach the Venerable Ancestor later stage level of cultivation. However, since he had reached the Venerable Ancestor later stage, it was even more difficult to climb up. All right, now we will begin the ceremony for the Heaven Gate G. Oh, D-Child. As long as we use this ceremony to awaken the world-defying soul, we will be able to step into the world-defying stage and become the Heaven Gate G. Oh, D-Child of our world-defying stage heavenly sect. To be able to directly take an elder of the world-defying stage heavenly sect as his master, the old man said loudly. When everyone heard this, they looked forward to it. Some of the people who had a large number of Tao crystal were already ready to move. Now they just needed to see how effective the awakening ceremony was. Chen Xiang also waited by the side. The ceremony is about to begin. Nangong Chi, please enter the golden light array in the center. The old man's expression was solemn as he shouted with a solemn voice. When Nangong Chi arrived at the golden light array in the middle, the old man made him sit down cross-legged again. The awakening ceremony has begun. The old man shouted, and only saw that the golden light array suddenly turned red, releasing a strange red light that covered Nangong Chi's entire body. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't help but cry out in alarm. To them, this was extremely surprising, as Nangong Chi looked like he was in a red flame being refined by a red flame. The old man on the side was chanting an incantation and was holding an array disc in his hand. In addition, he was constantly pouring red liquid from a bottle onto Nangong Chi's head. What the H, E, L. L is world-defying stage, heavenly sect doing? Qin Xiang asked. Can you understand those arrays? I don't understand. It does not seem to be some formation array at all. It is just a magical equipment, under the control of a person. It released this kind of red light and powerful aura, but it did not have any effect on the people inside. Feng Ku'er could immediately tell what that array was. It was a specially crafted array disc that was releasing this kind of terrifying red light. Open the gate of heaven. The soul of the son of Ji, D has descended, and the world-defying soul is complete. The old man let out a few loud roars. The red light suddenly turned golden and burst out into bursts of white light. And at the same time that the white light continued to burst out, waves after waves of strong gales appeared. This gale even brought along a wave of world-defying stage divine power, making people feel that the world-defying stage divine power was bursting out from Nangong Chi's body. Such a strong world-defying stage divine power, it actually didn't take Nangong Chi long to step into the world-defying stage, and he has even released such a powerful world-defying stage divine power. This ceremony seems to be true. This is truly hard to imagine. This is actually real. If I didn't personally see it, I definitely wouldn't believe it. This is unbelievable. Amidst everyone's surprise, the plaza gradually calmed down, and the formation plate's radiance also slowly disappeared. Nangong Chi's body was currently flickering with golden light, and his body was releasing the weak aura of the world-defying stage divine power. Furthermore, his entire person seemed to have become more spirited and was filled with might. Is this the power of the world-defying stage? I never thought that the problem that had troubled me for 30,000 years would be solved in such a short period of time. World-defying stage, heavenly sect, is indeed worthy of being the strongest in the world, to actually possess such a mysterious and powerful technique. Nangong Chi clenched his fists tightly. With a flash of golden light, an extremely strong force of world-defying stage divine power surged in all directions, forming a gust of astral wind, scaring everyone present into a cold sweat. Many of the people here were only venerable ancestor later stage. They could not bear the chi of the world-defying stage. Qin Xiang had been watching closely this whole time, and at this moment he was sneering in his heart non-stop. Even though that aura looked terrifying, it wasn't natural at all, and it was clear that it was released from the world-defying stage divine power orb. See 3057. See 3057. When Qin Xiang looked carefully, he was shocked to realize that Nangong Chi was actually a person who had already stepped into the world-defying stage. This was indeed a scam. Qin Xiang looked at the shocked expressions of the people around him and knew that he had already achieved his goal. Although many people could not afford to pay for the Tao crystal, they would definitely spread the news, and they would also ACCU, emulate Tao crystal, and use it to purchase the ceremony. These guys from the world-defying stage, heavenly sect, sure, have some tricks up their sleeves. Qin Xiang heard the exclamations of the crowd and sighed in his heart. On the other hand, Flying Dragon Palace leader and the others had already seen through the scam. Now the first Heaven Gate D child of our world-defying stage, heavenly sect, has been born. The old man announced, loudly and excitedly. At this time, the true disciples of their world-defying stage, heavenly sect, also began shouting loudly. The world-defying stage, heavenly sect had their own disciples, and these disciples were the ones that were sealed together with them a long time ago. They were very trustworthy, and they knew that this was a scam. I know there are a lot of people who are still somewhat dissatisfied after joining our world-defying stage, heavenly sect. You all must also understand our world-defying stage, heavenly sect. After all, our world-defying stage, Heavenly Sect, is too popular. Many people have joined our world-defying stage, Heavenly Sect, and we are unable to find them, so I am very sorry, but I hope that everyone can understand us." The elder said with a fake, guilty look on his face. It really did seem like that. "And from today onwards, I guarantee to all of you that as long as you are willing to work hard, you will be able to obtain a certain reward. The biggest reward will be being able to become an expert of the world-defying stage without using a Tao crystal and with the help of the Heaven Gate D Children's Awakening Ceremony." The elder's words made many people go wild with joy. After all, not just anyone could afford the 1 trillion Tao crystal. If they didn't need it, then this would be the gospel of many people. However, this definitely required a certain amount of conditions. As for how we can get this reward, we will definitely specify the standard for it within the next month. Seeing how excited everyone was, the elder couldn't help but laugh happily. "I know that there are many world-defying stages who have joined our world-defying stage Heavenly Sect, but we did not receive any good treatment or attention. This is because we treated you wrongly. This is our fault." That elder said, "Right now, you can become the inner sect disciples of our world-defying stage, Heavenly Sect, but you still need to assess some tests." "What test?" An old man from the crowd suddenly asked. This old man was from world-defying stage, but he was not very strong. There were quite a few half-crippled world-defying soul in the world-defying stage Divine Mausoleum. The last time the world-defying stage Divine Mausoleum opened, it flowed out a lot. And now that the main entrance to the world-defying stage Divine Mausoleum was destroyed, they could easily enter to search for it. "As long as you can defeat us," the Divine Son of the Heaven Gate, who has just stepped into the world-defying stage, "you can immediately become our inner sect disciples." The elder smiled faintly. This should not be difficult. After all, he just broke through recently. At this moment, Chun Xiang couldn't help but praise the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect's good methods. This way, it would make people even more convinced that Nangong Qi had awakened them through a ceremony. However, Nangong Qi had already been a world-defying stage for a long time, and he had even cultivated an arrogant, profound body. Most of the world-defying stage here were half-crippled world-defying soul, and their strength was much weaker than profound, rank world-defying stage. It's indeed simple. I'll go meet him now. After the old man in red finished speaking, he rose into the air and gently flew to the wide platform in the middle. No one thought that there would be a battle to watch, and they all became excited. Many people had never seen a battle in world-defying stage before. The D child of the Heaven Gate is truly powerful. Even I, who stood here, could feel the powerful world-defying stage divine power in his body. However, it's not that easy to defeat him. I'm worried that I might accidentally injure him. The red-robed elder was extremely confident in his abilities. Although Nangong Qi gave off a very strong feeling, the red-robed elder was extremely confident in his abilities. You don't have to worry about that. After all, this is an all-out battle, and casualties are inevitable. That elder was looking at him with a great deal of interest, as he smiled and said, "Then I can let go and fight." The red-robed elder pulled at his red robe and took out a long sword. "Can I use a weapon?" "Of course you can." The patriarch of the world-defying stage, Heavenly Sect, had already retreated to the wide round dueling platform in the middle. When Chun Xiang saw a few elders from the world-defying stage, Heavenly Sect, walking down the stage with a smile on their faces, it could be seen that they were extremely confident in Nangong Qi's strength. This old man is really courting death. Chun Xiang had already seen the outcome of the black-robed old man. Nangong Qi was much stronger than him. It was just that he had hidden it well and not been discovered. "Begin." As soon as one of the elders shouted, a red light flashed from his body. Veins popped out on his forehead and a red mist began to emit from his feet. He looked very imposing. The old man's body was covered in ABLOOD Why missed as he quickly rushed forward. The sword in his hand was also covered in ODY liquid. It looked extremely alluring and exuded a demonic aura. It was evident that he was cultivating an evil art. His speed was not very fast, but when he rushed over, he was very imposing. But just as he took a few steps forward, Nangongchi's body suddenly flashed and disappeared. In a blink of an eye, he was already in front of the red-robed elder and kicked the red-robed elder's blood-light sword. With a few crisp dang-dang sounds, that seemingly very powerful sword was instantly shattered into pieces by the kick. You overestimate yourself. Nangongchi sneered, then suddenly waved his hand. A cold light exploded out in that moment. A short blade appeared in his hand, aimed straight for the old man's neck. Plop! The old man's head fell to the ground as blood spurted out. When Chun Xiang saw this, he was secretly surprised in his heart. Nangongchi's attack speed was very fast, and he did not emit much of the aura of the world-defying stage divine power. His usage of the world-defying stage divine power was very ingenious and concentrated, not even the slightest bit wasted. Previously, when the world-defying stage saw Nangongchi's palm strike onto the heads of the people who were about to move, their hearts trembled. If they had gone up before the red-robed elders, they would have been the ones to die. Victory has been decided. Nangongchi, victory! Although the elder's face was solemn, he could see that there was a complacent smile in the elder's eyes. C-3058. C-3058, Nangongchi kept his dagger and then stood calmly on top of it. Even though the red-robed elder's corpse was being dragged away, he did not even spare him a glance as his entire body was filled with the arrogant morale of a rancor, giving him a very strong demeanor. Are there any more who are willing to challenge me? The elder continued to shout, because in his eyes these world-defying sage who had used the half-broken world-defying soul to cultivate were all trash. If not, they would have long been pulled into the inner sect of the world-defying stage, heavenly sect. Hence, they did not feel that it was a pity how many of these world-defying stage had died. Now that they could use this kind of world-defying stage to strengthen their position, they could trick more people to pay their Tao crystal to partake. 1p. 8 in their awakening ceremony. No one dared to go up. At this moment, the square was completely silent. The dead, red-robed old man was rather famous here. Although there were a few world-defying stage S in the outer sect of world-defying stage, heavenly sect, but there weren't many of them. They all knew about the world-defying stage S here. The red-robed elder had been easily killed, and even if they were slightly stronger than the red-robed elder, they would still be unable to defeat Nangongchi. When Chen Xiang saw that no one went up, he shouted, "Let me try!" His current appearance was that of an summing middle-aged man, with a trace of a weak world-defying stage divine power on his body. As long as he had the world-defying stage divine power orb, he would be able to release this level of world-defying stage divine power's aura. So it didn't attract anyone's attention. Chun Xiang walked slowly as he walked forward, and he deliberately walked past a few world-defying stage clan elders. The reason why he was doing this was to test if these elders could see his current cultivation level. If they couldn't, then he would be able to go up the stage with a peace of mind. When he walked onto the stage, those elders did not have any other reactions. This meant that he had concealed his true cultivation quite well and had not been discovered. You really want to fight? Nangongchi also did not pay much attention to them. In his eyes, these people were all extremely lowly. What? Chan Xiang nodded his head. He did not want to say any more. All he wanted to do was to quickly finish Nangongchi off. Didn't you see how that old man died? Nangongchi suddenly felt a little admiration for the person in front of him. He knew that he was very powerful and actually dared to challenge him. I saw it. Chin Xiang's tone was calm, and he looked straight into Nangongchi's eyes. Why are you so unafraid of death? Nangongchi smiled lightly. I am a little impressed by people like you. I'm afraid of death. Chun Xiang said again. Seeing Chun Xiang say that, the smile on Nangong Chi's face froze, because he had praised the other party, but the other party did not appreciate it. If you are afraid of death, then why did you come forward? Nangong Chi had already summoned his dagger, releasing an invisible killing intent. Because you can't. The corner of Chun Xiang's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Against someone who can't kill me, of course I'm not afraid. I want to see how powerful you are. Nangong Chi didn't even wait for the elder to shout before he made his move. He disappeared in an instant, and the moment he appeared, he had already arrived behind Chun Xiang and slashed down fiercely. Chun Xiang did not think that Nangong Chi would be so easily angered. When he brandished his blade, he revealed a lot of world-defying stage divine power. It was very different from the control he had previously. Nangong Chi was not angry, but he felt that a person who was arrogant like Chun Xiang in front of him would die a little faster, and he seemed to have forgotten that he was also someone who would make others angry. After Nangong Chi's blade slashed down, it actually cut through the air because when it struck Chun Xiang's body, he suddenly teleported away. Of course, the people here did not know that he had used spatial force. The fighting stage was enveloped by a barrier, and the spirit chi inside it could not leak out at all. Not to mention that when Chun Xiang used the spatial force, the fluctuations of the spatial energy were extremely weak. However, on the fighting stage, Nangong Chi realized that although he rarely saw anyone who used the power of the spatial laws, he knew that the energy was the power of S-P-A-C. There were not many people who could use the power of S-P-A-C. There were strong warriors who knew how to use it in the myriad Tao Divine Mountain, but those were all old monsters from many years ago, although there were world-defying stage heavenly sectess as well. Their mastery of original ancestoress was not deep and was far inferior to the people of myriad Tao Divine Mountainess. Therefore, last time, when they were tracking down the myriad Tao's treasures, they were slower by a lot. Suddenly, a person appeared in Nangong Chi's mind. It was the person that world-defying stage heavenly sect was looking for, Chun Xiang. He had obviously heard of Chun Xiang's great name before, and it resounded like thunder in his ears. After Chun Xiang disappeared, he did not appear immediately, but Nangong Chi could not help but feel fear in his heart, because he had not appeared for a very long time, and they did not know what his cultivation level was. No matter how strong he is, he can only cultivate an arrogant, profound body like me. Nangong Chi quickly calmed down. At this moment, he had also caught a glimpse of Chun Xiang's aura and immediately rushed over. When he went over, he chopped down with a few violent blades. The blade aura that burst out was like a huge net, sparkling with golden light, enveloping the place where Chun Xiang was standing just now. But this time, Chun Xiang did not use teleportation, and could directly and smoothly dodge it. Nangong Chi's heart was all ready. He suddenly suspected that he saw wrongly, because Chun Xiang had used teleportation previously. Why did he not use it now? Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly realized that something was wrapped around his body. It was the power of S-P-A-C. At this moment, such a clear power of S-P-A-C surged towards him from all directions, enveloping him within. He was unable to move. This caused him to feel incomparable horror in his heart. After Chun Xiang released the power of S-P-A-C to bind Nangong Chi, he unambiguously punched out, and a layer of faint golden flames surged out of his fist. This is the world-defying G. Oh, D-Fire! Of course, because the enchantment had blocked all the auras, the world-defying stage heavenly sect elders outside could not tell that it was a world-defying G. Oh, D-Fire! Chun Xiang's fist contained an extremely powerful world-defying G. Oh, D-Fire, and came out from his back SMAs. H-I, plussing towards Nangong Chi. The fist directly pierced through his body and shattered Nangong Chi's heart. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, dumbfounded like a wooden chicken. When Chen Xiang punched out, they all thought that Nan Gongqi would be able to dodge. But they didn't expect that Nan Gongqi seemed to have frozen in place and didn't dodge. Instead, he gave Qin Xiang the chance to gather such strong power and punch him until his body was pierced through. Boo! Oh. Qin Xiang retracted his fist and smashed it towards Nan Gongqi's head. A berserk-shaking power pierced through his body from the top of his head, and it was even congealing the fire power of the world-defying Ji. Oh, D-Fire! In the instant of the violent explosion, the world-defying D-Fire immediately poured into Nan Gongqi's body with a shockwave and instantly shattered Nan Gongqi's body, turning him into powder. Nan Gongqi, who was previously in full fury, was able to eliminate the red-robed elder in a few moves, but now he was completely destroyed by the red-robed elder. This turn of events was too fast. Dead. Nan Gongqi was a seedling they were very optimistic about, and could be said to be the most outstanding disciple they had received from the outside world. He broke through in a very short amount of time, stepped into the world-defying stage, and even managed to cultivate an arrogant, profound body. But now he was turned into dust in front of everyone's eyes. C-3059. C-3059, he thought that Nan Gongqi would be able to struggle a little, but he didn't expect that after being bound by his spatial power, he would actually be unable to move. Kill him! The eyes of the clan elder, who personally groomed Nan Gongqi, turned red, his roar causing the sky to tremble. He had already rushed forward. Chen Xiang summoned his heavenly magic sword and threw it towards the incoming clan elder. The speed of the heavenly magic sword was extremely fast, and the clan elder had already dodged it. However, he did not expect the heavenly magic sword to suddenly appear behind him and directly pierce through his head. Although this elder had cultivated world-defying holy body, the remaining heavenly magic sword-s had been tempered by the myriad Tao's treasures and were extremely sharp. Adding on Qin Xiang's powerful world-defying stage divine power, even the world-defying holy body had become extremely weak. Power of S.P.A.C. It's Qin Xiang. One of the elders was very sure and immediately shouted. Not long after he shouted, a world-shaking bell sound came from the world-defying stage heavenly sect, followed by many different auras of the world-defying stage S. Qin Xiang's heart was in ecstasy, and then he threw down the G.O.D. pill. The self-actualization pill was refined using a large number of W.A. and Guo poison S. Even though the world-defying stage heavenly sect had the antidote, they would still be poisoned if they were not on guard. After Qin Xiang threw the pill here, the W.A.N. Guo scent immediately flew in all directions. The onlookers had already run away when they saw that a great battle was about to break out. W.A.N. Guo scent floated everywhere very quickly, and when the world-defying stage who came from all directions came and absorbed these W.A.N. Guo scent, they felt their bodies floating, and a strange feeling of comfort suddenly spread throughout their body. It's the W.A.N. Guo poison. Quickly take the antidote. An elder roared. Qin Xiang didn't expect that they would actually have antidote pills, and just as they were about to lose all ability to fight, he threw out the sky-splitting G.O.D. slaughtering pellet. After he threw out the G.O.D. slaughtering pill, he immediately teleported off into the distance. After that, he heard an extremely loud vibration, and when he looked over, that place had already been shrouded in golden light and thick fog. Although he couldn't see what was going on inside, he could hear waves of horrifying roars coming from inside. Truly amazing. Chen Xiang used his Tao heart eye to look and discovered that the bodies of many people from the world-defying stage were disappearing bit by bit. The rate of corrosion was extremely quick. Very soon, most of the people were gone. The original ancestor is here. I have to go. Chen Xiang finally felt the aura of the original ancestor S. Then he teleported away. How could myriad Tao Divine Mountain not know about such a huge thing happening in the world-defying stage heavenly sect? After they found out about this, they immediately rushed over to inquire about the details. Although there was some conflict between the myriad Tao divine mountain and him, they hated Chunxiang to the bones because he had caused them a great loss. Of course, the myriad Tao divine mountain did not know that Chunxiang was able to return to the natural law world at the moment. We must get rid of this Chunxiang. An old man from the myriad Tao divine mountain sniffed the dense waves of W.A.N. Guo scent and looked at those G.O. de-eclipse powder that could corrode world-defying holy body. His voice was cold and emotionless. Our world-defying stage, heavenly sect, has suffered such heavy losses. Are you happy? A world-defying stage, heavenly sect, said coldly. Our myriad Tao divine mountain's losses aren't any less than yours. It would be fine if we were to suffer such a heavy loss from fighting your world-defying stage, heavenly sect, but it isn't. Myriad Tao divine mountain had sent people to kill Chunxiang before, but they were all killed by him. The original ancestor S of the world-defying stage, heavenly sect, also nodded. Chunxiang, killing the 7 of them by himself, along with more than 20 of their profound pract. 1. Tioniers had already shaken the very foundations of their world-defying stage, heavenly sect. How do I get rid of Chunxiang? Right now, we can't even find him, and he has already made a breakthrough. Judging from his remaining qi, he has at least cultivated a world-defying holy body. Don't forget that he still has a world-defying green dragon. The old man from the myriad Tao divine mountainside. Yes, even S divine S cannot do anything to him now. Looks like he has already grasped some method that can allow him to quickly step into the world-defying stage. And he even spread this method to the natural law world. Following that, the old man informed world-defying stage, heavenly sect of myriad Tao divine mountain's losses. World-defying stage, heavenly sect also had territory in the natural law world, but they did not seem to know how terrifying the hundreds of Flowers Village and its people were. Before, myriad Tao divine mountain had secretly fought with hundreds of Flowers Village and Heavenly Dragon City, but in the end, myriad Tao divine mountain had lost, moreover in an extremely miserable manner. What made them unable to accept the most was that the other party was not injured at all. The natural law world actually has such a terrifying force. It looks like only divine S can deal with them. World-defying stage, heavenly sect did not expect this. They rejoiced in their hearts and did not go to find trouble with hundreds of Flowers Village and the others. Otherwise, they would have suffered a huge loss. So you can rest AS. Sure now, our myriad Tao divine mountain and your world-defying stage, heavenly sect, have the same strength. The old man from the myriad Tao divine mountain snorted. Right now, we simply have no other choice. We don't have enough strength to open a spatial tunnel for the saint rank world-defying stage S to head to the natural law world. Then what should we do? If this goes on, Chunxiang will be unstoppable. The world-defying stage, heavenly sect, was panicking. Chunxiang's powerful world-defying green dragon caused them to be extremely terrified. They never thought that Chunxiang would level up so quickly. Once Chunxiang managed to cultivate the primordial divine body, with the strength of the world-defying green dragon, no one would be able to stop him. You mortals probably don't know about this. The clan elder of the myriad Tao divine mountain smiled. We still have tricks up our sleeves. Hearing his words, all the world-defying stage, heavenly sect present were shocked. Myriad Tao divine mountain still had something to rely on. What is it? They were all panicking. They had been sealed by the myriad Tao divine mountain before, so they were afraid of him. World-defying stage clan. That is a branch of our myriad Tao divine mountain, and the myriad Tao divine mountain has existed for so many years. Yet there are many disciples. These disciples created their own families a long time ago, and now they are all hiding within the divine wasteland, and they are all favored by the laws of the myriad Tao. They are the ones who truly control the myriad Tao divine mountain, And someone like me is just a small part of the strong world-defying stage clan. It's time for me to report this to them. Maybe they are interested in the world-defying green dragon and will take action against Qinxiang. The old man from the myriad Tao Divine Mountain looked into the distant sky and sighed. It's not bad for world-defying green dragon to fall into their hands. It's better than being in Qinxiang's hands. The people of world-defying stage Heavenly Sect did not know about the existence of world-defying stage clan, but hearing the tone of the person in front of them, they knew that this world-defying stage clan was extremely terrifying. See 3060. See 3060 after Qinxiang left the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect. He immediately went to the myriad Tao Mausoleum. Luo Tianjun was still there. He needed to find Luo Tianjun to discuss how he should deal with the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect and the myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Through those mouse man-s, he could see the people from the myriad Tao Divine Mountain coming to the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect. Now, the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect and the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect could be said to be enemies together, so they might join hands. Luo Tianjun was closed up in myriad Tao Mausoleum. Qinxiang did not know if he came out, but even if he did not, he had to think of a way to discuss this matter with Luo Tianjun. He was still a little worried that the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect and the myriad Tao Divine Mountain would do some very deadly things in their anger. When he arrived, he saw Feng Haoyun and Tang Zhongjie chatting in the hall outside. The underground palace inside myriad Tao Mausoleum was extremely secretive, so they were relatively safe here. Qinxiang, you're finally here. Tang Zhongjie laughed. Your pills are truly useful. We have already cultivated the world-defying holy body. Where's the Tao Father? I have something important to discuss with him. Qinxiang did not bother to chat with them and asked as soon as he arrived. What's important? Tao Father, you've been in seclusion for so long, and you still haven't come out. Feng Haoyun shook his head. Of course, you can try to send a sound transmission to him. If he could hear it, maybe he would reply you. Qinxiang stood in front of the secret room that Luo Tianjun was in and sent a sound transmission to the inside. Tao Ancestor, I am Qinxiang. I have something important to discuss with you. Are you free right now? Not long after Qinxiang sent a sound transmission, he received a reply from Luo Tianjun. Conveniently, if there's anything, just discuss it with me via voice transmission. Qinxiang heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was still a little worried that Luo Tianjun would die. After that, he told Luo Tianjun everything that had happened in this period of time, where all the conflicts between him, world-defying stage Heavenly Sect and the other myriad Tao Divine Mountain. After Luo Tianjun found out about this, he stayed silent for a while, and then said, World-defying stage Heavenly Sect probably doesn't have any more tricks up his sleeve, but it might not be the myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Since the myriad Tao Divine Mountain was able to seal the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect back then, he is definitely not weak. Luo Tianjun seemed to know some things about the myriad Tao Divine Mountain. How can I guard against this? Qinxiang asked. Will the myriad Tao Divine Mountain and the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect join hands? If they were to join hands, I don't think there would be too much danger, as they won't be able to catch me here. Qinxiang was extremely confident in his time and SPAC power. Myriad Tao Divine Mountain shouldn't be able to deal with you right now, because their divine ranked world-defying stage won't be able to catch you, but they'll make even more people act. Luo Tianjun said in a stern voice, You may not know this, but there is a very powerful force backing myriad Tao Divine Mountain. I'm just not sure if it still exists. After all, it's been many years. There's actually such a strong power behind the myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Qinxiang was a little surprised. Yes, I only heard of it. An Xian is called World-Defying Stage Clan. They were formed by many strong warriors back then. Later on, they would place their strong warriors in myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Luo Tianjun said, "It's just that we're very far away. I don't know if this world-defying stage clan is still here. If he is, then he would definitely be very terrifying." How terrifying? Chun Xiang also felt that this matter was more serious. He never thought that the myriad Tao Divine Mountain would have such a secret. They are all favored by the myriad Tao, which means to say that there will be peak stage divine world defying stage S. Luo Tianjun also felt that the matter was serious as he walked out of the secret room. Under the care of the myriad Tao, Chun Xiang thought about a lot of things. Previously, many world-defying stage S, who were at the peak of divine level, had been executed, but myriad Tao Divine Mountain S did not. This was also their terror, as it allowed them to have a large number of world-defying stage at their peak. She's even under the protection of the myriad Tao. They had all kinds of methods and rich resources, but in short, their strength was extremely terrifying. Even if a crisis were to befall myriad Tao, they would still act. Back then, those people in world-defying stage divine mausoleum were the ones who were forced by them to enter the world-defying stage divine mausoleum to wait for their deaths. Luo Tianjun said, "The strength of the myriad Tao Danji. Oh, D could be considered terrifying, but he was forced into the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. It's actually that terrifying." Chun Xiang took a deep breath. "Right now, I can't be sure if they still exist or not." "Yes, but I think it will most likely exist. Furthermore, they will not die and will not be executed by the myriad Tao. It can be said that they possess eternal life and unrivaled strength, so they do not need to go to the myriad Tao." Luo Tianjun sighed. "I just wonder what they will do. I have to go investigate." Chun Xiang said, "Tao Ancestor, why don't you leave as well? When I came here earlier, I saw that there were quite a few fellows of the myriad Tao Divine Mountain S and World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect S outside. I will stay here temporarily. After all, I used a lot of my effort to build this myriad Tao mausoleum, and I am reluctant to leave. I don't want to see it destroyed." Luo Tianjun patted Chun Xiang's shoulder and laughed. "You have already become very strong, so I don't need to worry about you. Right now, I just want to break through quickly and step into the world-defying stage's divine stage." Chun Xiang shook his head. "Tao Ancestor, if you continue to cultivate like this, there is a high chance that you will be killed by myriad Tao." Luo Tianjun nodded. "There is indeed such a possibility, but I feel that there is still hope." The closer they were to the peak of world-defying stage, the more dangerous it was to cultivate, especially by absorbing the myriad Tao's power. What hope? "I have made a great contribution to the myriad Tao world. I feel that the myriad Tao might give me some leeway." Luo Tianjun laughed. "Of course, if you want to execute me, I don't have any complaints, since I've lived enough. I was the one who created this world. Even if I were to die, the world that I created will continue to exist, and there will be many different kinds of life coming from it. This is sufficient for me." Luo Tianjun was not afraid of death. He was very open-minded. Chun Xiang's words made him admire Luo Tianjun a lot. Luo Tianjun's power was not at the top, but he had truly contributed a lot to this world. Perhaps it was because of this that he was confident that after reaching the pinnacle, he wouldn't be executed by the myriad Tao. Chun Xiang looked at Tang Zhongjie and Feng Haoyun, wanting to ask them if they had any thoughts of going to the natural law world, since the natural law world lacked experts like them, and they did not have much to do there. Just as Chun Xiang was about to speak, the underground palace suddenly shook and then quickly cracked. This extremely DY underground palace actually collapsed in an instant. What's going on? Chun Xiang anxiously rushed out of the ruins. When he came out, he saw that the entire myriad Tao mausoleum was collapsing, falling into an extremely intense shockwave. C. 3061. Luo Tianjun and the others had also rushed out from the ruins. When they saw the changes in their surroundings, they were extremely shocked, especially Luo Tianjun. Dao Father, what's going on? Chun Xiang looked up in the sky, to where a powerful qi was coming from. This qi was being released by a human. When the myriad Tao mausoleum is attacked with such a powerful force, I wonder who it is. However, these people are not from Divine S. Luo Tianjun frowned. The myriad Tao mausoleum is about to be destroyed. We'll stop them now. Qin Xiang was about to rush forward, but he was stopped by Luo Tianjun. Don't go. This group of people aren't ordinary people. Their world-defying stage divine power is extremely terrifying. Even though they aren't divine, ranked world-defying stage S yet, they contain an extremely strong and strange energy. This kind of power seems to be much stronger than divine, ranked world-defying stage S. Luo Tianjun anxiously pulled Qin Xiang back. If the myriad Tao mausoleum is destroyed, then it's destroyed, but nothing must happen to you. Luo Tianjun had high hopes for Qin Xiang, and he didn't know the origins of the strong enemies outside, so if he were to rashly go out, he would definitely be in great danger. Dao Father, what sort of fellow has such power? Qin Xiang said, what do we do now? If I'm not mistaken, it should be the world-defying stage clan's people. Luo Tianjun sighed, let's go now. Luo Tianjun was a little unwilling to part with this place. After all, he had created this place many years ago, and now that it had been destroyed right in front of his eyes, the anger in his heart wasn't small at all. Qin Xiang also saw through Luo Tianjun's current mood. He really wanted to go out and fight to his heart's content with those people, to actually destroy such a good myriad Tao mausoleum. They're here. Qin Xiang suddenly shouted. He then wanted to teleport away with Luo Tianjun and the others, but he was unable to do so because of the spatial restrictions. Then he used the time and SPAC power. Although they could leave using the time and SPAC power, Qin Xiang was unable to leave the myriad Tao mausoleum, and he had sealed them inside. What's going on? My time and SPAC power is actually unable to leave the myriad Tao mausoleum. Qin Xiang was currently at the edge of myriad Tao mausoleum. We're sealed inside. Luo Tianjun clenched his teeth and said, get ready for the battle. They are already here. Qin Xiang said to Fang Haoyun and Tang Zhongjie, everyone be careful. Our enemy this time is extremely terrifying. Just as he finished speaking, 4 black figures suddenly appeared in front of them. There were 4 extremely tall people whose entire bodies were wrapped in black cloth. Their heads and faces were also wrapped in black cloth. Their appearances could not be seen, and their bodies released a black mist. The strange and powerful world-defying stage divine power was this black mist. When they appeared, they instantly attacked, and their movements could not be seen. But 4 sharp and powerful shockwaves had already struck towards Qin Xiang. Fortunately, Qin Xiang had used the 6 realms time and SPAC door to dodge it in time. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured. Luo Tianjun was not an easy opponent. The moment the opponent attacked, he also attacked. An ordinary-looking sword had already pierced through the head of a black-clothed man. After that, a gold light leaked out from the head of the head. The entire head instantly turned into gold dust. Although Fang Haoyun and Tang Zhongjie were a little slower, their movements were very fast. It was just that the weapons in their hands were still a little too weak, unable to penetrate through the defenses of the black-clothed men. Very strong. Luo Tianjun immediately kept Fang Haoyun and Tang Zhongjie into one of his treasures, and then the 3 black-clothed men flew over in a ray of black light. Fortunately, Tang Zhongjie and Fang Haoyun had already been taken away by Luo Tianjun. Otherwise, they would definitely die right now. Qin Xiang calculated his timing, and when he teleported, he would make his move at the same time. The heavenly magic sword in his hand pierced right into the neck of one of the black-clothed men, and then he suddenly released the ACCU, Mulat World Defying Stage Divine Power from his body. Pass! sing through the heavenly magic sword and entering the black-clothed man's body. Kraz. H. Plus asterisk the black-clothed man was instantly torn apart by the world-defying Geo-D fire that Chun Xiang poured in, turning into several pieces that exploded. Let's go! Luo Tianjun suddenly appeared behind Qin Xiang. He quickly flew away with Qin Xiang and did not continue fighting with the two black-clothed men. Dao Father, why didn't you continue to fight? Qin Xiang felt that the two black-clothed men were not very strong. He and Luo Tianjun had killed two of them just now. Those guys aren't the strongest. Luo Tianjun said, they are only diverting our attention, and their main target is you. But I don't know how they locked onto you. If we don't clarify this point, we will be continuously chased by them. Qin Xiang understood now. They were trapped inside the myriad Tao mausoleum and had been captured like mice by the other party. Are they just testing our strength? Qin Xiang felt that this was impossible. After all, those black-clothed men were very strong. To actually use such a strong rancor to test them, it was truly a waste. It's not a test. It should be to get you to release the world-defying green dragon. That might be their real target. Luo Tianjun said, if the world-defying stage clan wants to attack, they can only attack the world-defying green dragon. So what we need to do now is figure out how they locked onto you. Luo Tianjun flew around myriad Tao mausoleum with Qin Xiang at an extremely fast speed. Qin Xiang had also released many mouse manas to investigate, and he had also asked them to release auras, which were the same as his. He felt that if the opponent used his own auras to find his location, then the mouse man would distract them. Not long after, two of his mouse man-s were killed by the black-clothed men. They have a lot of men in black. The mouse man that Qin Xiang released saw several. At this time, he had already experienced the terror of the world-defying stage clan. These black-clothed people who managed to cultivate world-defying holy body were actually like small fries, existing everywhere. If it was placed in the world-defying stage heavenly sectas, this would be an extremely valuable existence. I wonder how many world-defying stage clan as there are. In short, we are currently in a very dangerous situation, and these guys haven't even sent out divine ranked world-defying stage S yet. Luo Tianjun did not stop. He used his most approachable sense of the myriad Tao to sense all the changes in his surroundings. As long as the other party was not able to lock onto where Qin Xiang was, they were temporarily safe. So that's how it is. Luo Tianjun quickly found the problem. What's going on? Qin Xiang realized that the mouse man did not continue attracting the black-clothed men, and there were more than 10 black-clothed men chasing after them. The world-defying green dragon in your body. Luo Tianjun said, the world-defying green dragon has a unique world-defying beast aura. You are currently in an extremely nervous state, and are about to use the world-defying stage divine power at any time. You have a portion of the world-defying stage divine power which is released from the world-defying beast, so they can feel this aura. See 3062. See 3062. They are all excellent beast hunters who specialize in killing world-defying beast. Luo Tianjun frowned. He did not know how he did it, but he condensed a burst of energy and poured it into Qin Xiang's body, entering Qin Xiang's divine sense-see. Qin Xiang only saw that his own divine sense-see's world-defying beast were suddenly enveloped by a translucent light barrier, and the spirit qi inside did not leak out anymore. Teleport, Luo Tianjun said. Qin Xiang immediately used time and S.P.A.C. power to teleport away. There's no need to run. They didn't come right away. Luo Tianjun said, although the myriad Tao mausoleum was big, their speed was very fast. They were only slightly slower than teleporting, being able to travel across the entire myriad Tao mausoleum very quickly. They've lost their target. Luo Tianjun was finally relieved. Just now, Qin Xiang had been continuously locked onto, and he was extremely nervous because the other party was extremely powerful and only sent out people of extremely low status. Beast Hunter. Qin Xiang never thought that his world-defying beast would be valued so highly by these people. These world-defying beasts are the most precious. Luo Tianjun said, Myriad Tao Divine Mountain must have told them that that's why they came out. Otherwise, even if Myriad Tao Divine Mountain was pushed to the ground, they probably wouldn't have come out unless the Myriad Tao's laws allowed them to move. Then can I still use the power of the world-defying beast in the future? This was the strongest power of Qin Xiang, and he usually did not use it. Of course you can. You need to learn how to control the power of the world-defying beast. Your control over the power is not enough. Luo Tianjun said, This requires you to comprehend on your own. I did manage to cultivate a world-defying beast, so I can't guide you. Qin Xiang and Luo Tianjun created a cave and rested inside. What should I do next? How can we leave this place? Qin Xiang's time and SPAC power was already useless. The seal of the world-defying stage clan is extremely frightening. Previously, they were the ones who sealed world-defying stage heavenly sect. Luo Tianjun said, Speaking of seals, Qin Xiang suddenly felt that there was nothing to be afraid of, because Feng Ku'er was by his side. Shao Ku'er, come out. Qin Xiang released Feng Ku'er and told him about Feng Ku'er's origins. Even if Luo Tianjun created this myriad Tao, when he found out about how a seal cultivated spirit Qi, he couldn't believe it. This is a very powerful myriad Tao seal, able to seal all powers, so your time and SPAC power cannot be used as well. Feng Ku'er only closed his eyes to sense for a moment before coming to a conclusion. Then what should I do? You must have a way. Qin Xiang really wanted to leave this DAM place quickly. Of course I have a way, but I need you to bring me to the edge. Feng Ku'er said, I need to go there and touch the entire ceiling formation so that I can know the specific details of the ceiling formation, and so that I can find a way to break through the seal. That's not a problem. Qin Xiang and Luo Tianjun quietly came to the edge of the ceiling circle once again. With the two of them working together, they fiercely attacked the ceiling circle, causing it to tremble and release a sealing force. All right. After Feng Ku'er finished speaking, she anxiously slipped into Qin Xiang's divine sense world, because she sensed that someone was Russ. Plussing over. Hurry up and leave. Luo Tianjun said. Qin Xiang brought Luo Tianjun and quickly left. After returning to the cave, Qin Xiang scolded in a low voice, World-defying stage clan, these bunch of bastards. I worked hard to cultivate these world-defying green dragon. How many years have they gone through? You actually want to kill me. They are. Furthermore, they think that this belongs to them, because as long as you are someone from the myriad Tao, they would think that you are theirs. Luo Tianjun said, These bastards. Qin Xiang gritted his teeth in anger. Myriad Tao Divine Mountain and World-defying Stage Heavenly Sect had not been settled yet. So what kind of world-defying stage clan popped out? They are being looked after by the Myriad Tao, so there must be a lot of powerful experts inside. Maybe the baby that was just born is from the world-defying stage. Luo Tianjun laughed bitterly. Only by reaching the peak of world-defying stage can you compete with them. Feng Ku'er suddenly said, I have found a way. I will start to set up the array disk needed to break through the seal. Feng Ku'er used the 6 realms mirrors as an array disk, which required a bit of time. Actually, you don't have to be afraid of those fellows. You can have a large number of Myriad Tao Divine Soil-less, but they don't have one because Myriad Tao Divine Soil can only have one above them. Feng Ku'er laughed. As long as you have time, you will be able to get more Myriad Tao Divine Soil, and at that time, Dealing with them will not be that difficult. The myriad Tao divine soil was also one of Chen Xiang's great backers. He suddenly thought of Feng Kuta's mysterious and powerful golden needle, which could pierce through everything. If his heavenly magic sword was also that powerful, then as long as he struck it with his sword, the consequences would be obvious. Outside the myriad Tao mausoleum, a luxurious palace was built on the back of a tiger-like mountain. In a courtyard inside the palace, a white-clothed man looked at the scorching sun in the sky and said with a frown, "Why haven't you come back for so long? Was that kid called Shin so hard to deal with?" But 20 black-clothed slaves. The white-clothed man was in the courtyard, watching a group of beautiful women dance. "Young master, that guy has world-defying green dragon. It's indeed a little difficult to deal with. Let the 4 golden slaves go." A lady behind the man in white said softly, "Fine, let the 4 gold slaves go. I also want to leave this lowly place as soon as possible." The white-clothed man said lazily, "A world-defying green dragon. It's been a long time since it has appeared on the body of a mortal. This is unbelievable. If it's possible, I want to take a look at that guy's corpse." Soon after, 4 rays of golden light flashed from the back of the giant tiger and entered myriad Tao mausoleum. "Young master you're really quick. Did you succeed?" At the same time as the voice was heard, a purple-clothed female slowly landed in the courtyard. The defense of the huge tiger was extremely strong, but it was silently broken by an outsider. "Is it the Mu Rong family's Morong Honglien? I heard that you've always been wearing a red dress. Why are you wearing a purple one now?" The white-robed man's eyes shone with a brilliant light as he carefully sized up the violet-robed woman in front of him. Morong Honglien was beautiful, although pretty, but she was still inferior to the female dancers and the 2 tall girls behind the man in white. However, the man in white was captivated by her. "That's only what you heard. Looks like you haven't gotten the world-defying green dragon yet. When you entered, did you do it yourself?" "Forget it. I'll have to thank young master for giving the Red Lotus a chance. I'll be forever grateful." With that, Morong Honglien's body suddenly turned into a red mist and dissipated. Young master. What should he do? She had entered personally. She was considered quite famous in the world-defying stage clan. You came the fastest if she gets the world-defying green dragon. The servant girl said, "Don't be afraid. We believe in the 4 gold slaves' strength." The white-robed man was indeed a bit worried, but he didn't want to go in. See 3063. See 3063 Qin Xiang and Luo Tianjun did not understand the world-defying stage clan. They only knew that they were very powerful existences. Otherwise, the black-clothed men they had sent over would not be so powerful. "Tao Father, how many world-defying stage clan S do we have?" Qin Xiang had stayed in the myriad Tao Divine Mountain for a period of time, so he might have some understanding about this. "I don't know, but according to my understanding of the history of the myriad Tao Divine Mountain, there should be at least 5 or 6 of them. That's because I saw in the history books of the myriad Tao Divine Mountain, there are several names of experts with different surnames." Luo Tianjun said, "If there were not many world-defying stage clan, Chen Xiang would not be so worried, as currently his world-defying green dragon were extremely valuable. And the reason why the world-defying stage clan came was because of his world-defying green dragon. My world-defying beast definitely cannot fall into their hands." Qin Xiang was not only limited to world-defying green dragon. The other 5 beasts were also extremely strong. But what world-defying stage clan did not know was that if they knew, they would have chased after him even more crazily. "Don't worry. We'll definitely be able to fight them." Luo Tianjun saw that Qin Xiang was extremely worried and comforted him. "I feel that I have almost broken through. At that time, I will be able to cultivate the primordial divine body, and I'll try to communicate with someone above myriad Tao. After you finish cultivating the primordial divine body, there will be someone above myriad Tao who will contact you. As for what they will contact you for, I don't know. This is a legend I heard from Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Qin Xiang had always wanted to talk to Myriad Tao Danji. Oh, but there was nothing he could do. Right. Dao Father, you definitely will succeed. Qin Xiang looked at Feng Kur, who was inside the Yao Mountain Villa. She had not completed the formation. The heaven-devouring rat that was released by Qin Xiang suddenly realized that there was a red light in the sky, and after the red light enveloped the ground, it actually seeped into the ground. What is this energy? Just as Qin Xiang finished speaking, he saw a red light drilling into the cave they were in. To his horror, this red light actually carried a bit of time and AC power. Such a large area of covered red light, along with the time and AC power, showed just how terrifying this person's power was. Luo Tianjun looked solemn. This should be a strange light that can search through all living beings. World-defying stage clan has so many methods. We need to quickly leave this place. Qin Xiang anxiously teleported with Luo Tianjun, but when he went outside, he found that the red light was everywhere, plus Ning, like sunlight on the ground, and it could even penetrate through everything. It was extremely strange. So that's how it is. You actually know how to use the time and SPAC power. No wonder ordinary spatial shackles could not trap you. Murong Honglian suddenly appeared behind Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang did not turn back to look and immediately teleported, but this time he was not able to escape. Although he had successfully teleported, after he teleported, he saw a beautiful lady dressed in purple appear in front of him. Are you someone from the world-defying stage clan? Luo Tianjun immediately asked. He could tell that the girl was not someone who could cultivate the divine body. She was someone he could defeat, because he was currently at the peak of the world-defying stage. Arrogant Mu Rong family Murong Honglian. She smiled and replied politely. From the looks of it, you are not the kind of person to kill and rob. But from the looks of it, you are here to retrieve my world-defying green dragon. Qin Xiang snorted. He was also a saint-ranked world-defying stage. He wasn't afraid of this woman. The group of men in black gave him the impression that they were emotionless. In battle, they would attack at all costs and would not care about their own life. If there was one or two, it would be easy to deal with. But if he was surrounded by a large group of men, it would be very dangerous. If you give it to me yourself, I won't make things difficult for you, and I can even protect you as you leave this place alive. Do you know that there's a fellow lying on the ground outside waiting for his servants to come and get your world-defying green dragon? Murong Honglian said with a faint smile hanging on his face. An unreasonable woman. Even if I were to destroy her with my world-defying green dragon, I would never give her to you. Don't count on me. Qin Xiang had already summoned his heavenly magic sword and said to Luo Tianjun, Dao ancestor, just watch from the side. It's enough to take care of those black flies. Murong Honglian was startled. Then she could not help but droop her head and look at her chest. Her chest was not very big. But when Qin Xiang said this to her, it was obvious that he was mocking her chest because she was too small. This made her frown, and she looked like she was about to get angry. But she only laughed softly afterwards. Then forget it. I don't want your world-defying green dragon. Seeing Qin Xiang being so serious, looking as if he was about to die, Murong Honglian chuckled. Why not again? Just as Qin Xiang wanted to attack, he heard the words of the other party and found it hard to believe. Because I believe what you just said. If I were to forcibly SNATCH it, you would have definitely perished together with me, or perished together with your own world-defying green dragon. In the end, I still get nothing. Wouldn't I have ended up doing everything for nothing? Murong Honglian laughed. You were able to cultivate a world-defying green dragon. You must have some exceptional qualities. I feel that I might not be able to defeat you. Luo Tianjun saw four golden lights flying over from afar and frowned. Something's wrong. Qin Xiang also felt the four powerful and terrifying auras. It's the world-defying sage who cultivated the divine body. Chun Xiang looked at Morong Honglien. Is this your partner? 4 gold slaves of the He clan. You met a black-clothed slave before, so your strength is a little weaker. And 4 gold slaves is very strong. Morong Honglien said, I shall take my leave. Morong Honglien then disappeared, and the red light she left here also disappeared, as the 4 gold slaves had already surrounded them. Let's go! Luo Tianjun shouted as he hurried to bring away. This time, they were not able to get rid of the 4 gold slaves as easily as before, and they were quickly locked on. These world-defying stage clans sure have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Chun Xiang could feel that the other party had used an extremely strange power to lock onto him and track him. Boo! Oh. The myriad Tao Mausoleum S had already started their attacks. They chased after Chun Xiang and attacked him at the same time, using the extremely strong world-defying stage divine power every time they attacked. Luckily, it was not the lady just now. She had a profound understanding of the time and SPAC power. Chun Xiang still felt that Morong Honglien was more terrifying, and although the 4 gold slaves behind him was scary and his power was fierce, they were temporarily not a threat to them. See 3064. See 3064. You're not bad either. If they chased me like this, I would have been beaten to a pulp a long time ago. Luo Tianjun didn't have a time and SPAC power like Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang brought him everywhere to teleport. Fortunately, the myriad Tao Mausoleum was still quite big, but after less than an hour, there were already thousands of holes in the place. The crater that was blasted out was like a huge city, and its depths could not be seen. All of you, hold on for a while longer. My array formation will be finished soon. Feng Kuta said, All right. Chun Xiang obviously wanted to quickly leave this place and return to the Danji, the mysterious land. That place would at least be safer. Morong Honglien watched from the air and had even been tracking Chun Xiang. He wondered if she had returned and was not able to forget about his world-defying green dragon. This guy really has some skills. Morong Honglien was born in the world-defying stage clan and was born in the world-defying stage. However, she had worked hard only to cultivate to the peak of the world-defying stage's sacred body, so it was still a little difficult for her to cultivate to the primordial divine body. Even though the 4 gold slaves chasing after Chun Xiang had the primordial divine body, these cold-blooded creatures had no emotions. Even so, they were still very strong, and Morong Honglien did not dare face them directly. On the other hand, Chun Xiang was able to escape under the berserk chase of the gold slaves without suffering any injuries. This guy is called Chun Xiang. He seems to be hiding a very strong strength. Morong Honglien was suddenly very interested in Chun Xiang and continued to observe him. More than 2 hours had passed, said. Feng Kuta had finally set up the array. Ride on a 6 realms mirrors and activate that formation. Then you can leave the myriad Tao Mausoleum. Feng Kuta said. Chun Xiang immediately took out his 6 realms mirrors and climbed on it with Luo Tianjun. Then he activated the formation inside, teleported to the edge, and rushed towards the barrier that sealed space and time. Morong Honglien did not know what Chun Xiang was doing either. She was sure that Chun Xiang was unable to break through the spatial seal, because this spatial seal was created by the Mu Rong family's powerful, arrogant array disk. Chun Xiang rode on his 6 realms mirrors and rushed towards the spatial seal barrier and very smoothly flew out. He actually went out. Morong Honglien was extremely shocked and followed right after. However, after following her out, she had actually lost her target. She did not sense any spatial fluctuations, so Chun Xiang's presence was not left behind. That woman is really sinister. She actually followed me in secret. I think we should have ditched her now. Just now, Chen Xiang had used the counterpower to completely conceal the entire 6 realms' mirrors, and with the seal's power he could only hide everything from Morong Honglian. After they came out, they also saw that huge tiger. The back of the tiger was able to build a villa, so it could be seen how big the tiger was. This guy is from He clan, right? Just you wait. Chen Xiang snorted, then left the myriad Tao mausoleum. After teleporting a few times, he headed towards the Danji, the mysterious land. Morong Honglian, you got it? The young master of the He clan asked. No, he ran away. That guy is not simple. Don't blame me for not telling you. Morong Honglian smiled sweetly with her curved eyebrows. Are you afraid of him? I never thought that a famous, powerful woman from the Mu Rong family would be afraid of a mortal. The He clan's young master could not help but laugh. His laugh was filled with contempt. I am not afraid, but I will not do anything that I am not confident in. I am not confident that I can obtain the world-defying green dragon from him. Of course, I'm sure I can kill him. But what's the use of killing him? I can't get a world-defying green dragon, and I even wasted energy. Morong Honglian shook his head and sighed. Dear Best, I hope you can get your hands on the world-defying green dragon as soon as possible. Not long after Morong Honglian left, 10 or so people appeared, their bodies enveloped in light aura. All of them were extremely powerful. Looking at their temperament and clothes, they were the same as the young master of He clan, and should be disciples of world-defying Stage Clan. Everyone disperse, you guys came late. The He clan lord snorted. With your speed, you can only ES-HI plus T. You with the surname He, you didn't get the world-defying green dragon either, right? A blue-clothed man laughed. If you get it with your character, you will definitely go to the sky. But you don't. That's right. From what you said just now, it seemed as though you ate your own feces. I can't be bothered to waste my time with you guys. I'm leaving first. Then he made that huge tiger fart towards that group of people, and even spat out a large amount of filth. Who knows what it was? After the giant tiger disappeared, the group of world-defying Stage Clan disciples all started to curse. This be A-S-T-A. Our D is still the same as ever. One day I will slaughter that tiger of his. You only know how to fart to us, you impolite fellow. These disciples of the world-defying Stage Clan all seemed to have a good relations. H-I plus P with him, but they were not on good terms with him. There is Morong Honglian's chi here. Did she come here before? Could it be that Morong Honglian obtained the world-defying green dragon when the one with the surname he came back empty-handed? One of them said while frowning after he sensed Morong Honglian's remaining presence. Morong Honglian kept a low profile. Even if she obtained it, she would say that she did not. This is troublesome. If Morong Honglian were to obtain it, wouldn't the Mu Rong family's strength increase? It must be Morong Honglian's hands. No one can escape her red Lotus Time domain. She must have S. N-A Tissy. Head away the world-defying green dragon. Return and report that Morong Honglian has S. N-A-T-C. Head away the world-defying green dragon. Chen Xiang, who had already returned to the Danji, the mysterious land, naturally did not know that something like this would happen again. If he continued to stay inside, at that time he would be surrounded and attacked by a group of extremely terrifying, world-defying Stage Clan disciples. It's really dangerous. Although Chen Xiang had returned to the Danji, the mysterious land, he was still very worried. There were many methods in the world-defying Stage Clan, and there might be a way to find him hiding here. At that time, it would affect the entire natural law world. Dao Father, you can stay here and train. I can't stay here for too long. Chun Xiang said. He had already made the absolute decision to stay away from the Danji, the mysterious land. Before he left, he had to teach those girls how to refine Tianyuan Holy Body Dan so that the entire natural law world could develop quietly. You must be careful. Luo Tianjun was also relatively safe with Chen Xiang, especially when he knew that Feng Ku'er was accompanied by Feng Ku'er. N. When Chen Xiang returned to the hundreds of Flowers Village, he told LV Chilian and the others about the matters regarding the world-defying stage clan so that they could prepare themselves. Then he filled them with the desire to go to the incense garden and told the girls about his experience in refining Tianyuan holy body denes, as well as when to look for Xue Xianxian and the others, telling them that it would be a while before he could come back. After he finished dealing with this matter, Chen Xiang immediately left Natural Law World and went back inside Divine Wasteland. See 3065. See 3065. Go look for well-informed ghost first. Using the 6 realms time and SPAC door, Chen Xiang actually came to the Myriad Tao Mausoleum once again. The well-informed ghost had always been inside the Myriad Tao Mausoleum, and the seal on the young master of the He clan had already been removed, but the Myriad Tao Mausoleum was already in a dilapidated state, on the verge of collapsing. Well-informed ghost. Chen Xiang came to the outside of a mountain and sent a sound transmission to the well-informed ghost inside. Well-informed ghost ran out hastily and told him what had happened in world-defying stage clan, as well as what had happened in Myriad Tao Mausoleum previously. Show me around here. I want to see if I can collect some memories. Well-informed ghost had the innate ability to absorb the remnants of memories in the world. Chen Xiang rode on his 6 realms mirrors and flew around the place a few times with well-informed ghost, because they had killed that kind of black-clothed slave before. Even though the black-clothed slave's soul had already dispersed, it was still scattered all over the place. This was also the reason why Chen Xiang came to well-informed ghost, to see if well-informed ghost had any way of gathering any news about him. One day Pa S said, and well-informed ghost was pretty much done collecting. How is it? Chen Xiang asked. My memories are very messy. I never thought that the world-defying stage clan S would actually be so terrifying, but it's just that the servants are so powerful. Well-informed ghost had already obtained a portion of the black-clothed slave's memories. Tell me about it. Chen Xiang was also very curious. There are a total of 6 world-defying stage clan S, but the Mu Rong family and the He clan are the 2 strongest, while the other 4 are relatively weak, so the relations HI plus P between the 4 world-defying stage clan S is quite good. Among them, the He clan is the strongest. Thus the young master of the He clan was the first to come here, but the young master has never fought on his own. Very few people have seen him do it. He only used the servants by his side, namely the black-clothed servant and the gold-clothed servant. Chen Xiang nodded. He had seen this before. Where is the world-defying stage clan? Do you know? Chen Xiang asked. They are also in the Divine Wasteland, but they also have their own independent SPAC. It would be difficult to find them. Well-informed ghost sighed. We can only wait for them to come out. Anything else useful? Chen Xiang asked again. Is there anything about that He clan's young master? That guy seems to be one of the geniuses in the He clan. In fact, all of the geniuses in the He clan are geniuses. I don't know about anything else because these black-clothed slaves don't often stay by his side, but only ask for it from the family when he needs it. The black-clothed slaves were raised by secret techniques. They are a group of people without feelings, so they don't care about these things. This made Chen Xiang a little disappointed, because his understanding of the world-defying stage clan S were still not good enough. Do you have any memories related to Murong Honglian? Chen Xiang asked again. No. Well-informed ghost shook his head. Seeing Chen Xiang's disappointed look, the well-informed ghost continued. Although there's no information that you need, these black-clothed slaves all have a place in their minds. They are often sent to this place to find something, and this place is right in Divine Wasteland. Do you know how to get there? Chen Xiang's eyes lit up. I know. According to the black-clothed slaves' memories, that place is very important to them. So they often go there, sometimes to search, sometimes to protect something, or to do something there. In short, they have all kinds of memories, but their memories are too messy and they are lacking a lot. The well-informed ghost said, "All right, let's go now." Qinxiang immediately brought well-informed ghost out of the myriad Tao mausoleum, then rode on the 6 realms mirrors and flew in the direction indicated by the well-informed ghost. A woman in a white dress appeared in the air. She was hiding within the clouds and did not reveal any of her aura. This guy actually dared to come back. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't be able to be sure. Murong Honglian had left her own time and SPAC power in the myriad Tao mausoleum before. Although it was very weak, it allowed her to sense some of the things that were happening inside. At first, she didn't believe it, but the feeling was too strong, and she had no choice but to personally rush over to take a look. She did not expect that Chen Xiang, who had escaped from the encirclement of the He clan's young master, would actually come back. Now, World-Defying Stage Clan thinks that I have obtained a world-defying green dragon. I clearly didn't get it, but they didn't believe what I said, and even said that I was trying to keep a low profile and deliberately hid it. Murong Honglian was helpless in such a situation. Even the people from the Mu Rong family thought that she had obtained the world-defying green dragon. Looks like I can't keep a low profile anymore. Murong Honglian chased after him and secretly followed Qinxiang. This guy already noticed that I was following him last time. I definitely cannot let him find out this time. Qinxiang didn't know that Murong Honglian was following behind him, and he also didn't think that Murong Honglian would return either. Thus, he was extremely at ease as he flew with well-informed ghost to the place where the black-clothed slaves frequently went. His speed was very fast, and he used time and SPAC power to teleport a large distance away from time to time. But Murong Honglian had to struggle to keep up with him. If not for her grasping the time and SPAC power, she would have lost him long ago. If that fellow from He clan came to follow him, he would have definitely lost him not long after. In the past, I worked so hard to learn the time and SPAC power, and it wasn't in vain. Murong Honglian could not help but reveal a sweet smile. A few days later, Qinxiang got closer and closer to that place. It's a stone forest. From high up in the sky, Qinxiang had already seen many gigantic rocks in front of him. When these rocks fell onto the ground, the largest was at least 3,000 meters tall and looked like a mountain of various sizes. However, these were not mountains. They were all broken boulders, and there were even rocks that were straight like big trees. Therefore, they looked like a forest made of rocks. He actually wants to go here. When Murong Honglian saw the boundless stone forest in the distance, she couldn't help but be shocked. In the instant she was shocked, she accidentally leaked a bit of her aura. Someone is nearby. Qinxiang immediately sensed it and looked towards a white cloud in the sky. Then, using the Dao Hard Eye, he saw a ball of soft red light. But that ball of red light quickly disappeared. Murong Honglian! Qinxiang shouted. You tramp! Hurry up and come out. I've already discovered you. Murong Honglian immediately teleported in front of Qinxiang. Although Qinxiang had said that she was a follower, she was not angry and said with a smile, You really have some skills to be able to find me again. Why are you following me? Although Qinxiang was calm, he was very surprised in his heart. This woman actually knew that he was returning to the myriad Tao mausoleum and was following him secretly, which was extremely dangerous. Curious. Murong Honglian curled his lips. What are you doing in this place? You know this place? Qinxiang looked at the stone forest in front of him. Of course I know. It's right in front of us. It will be very dangerous to go in. Murong Honglian said, None of us world-defying stage claness are allowed to enter. C. 3066. C. 3066. Can the world-defying stage clan really not enter? Qinxiang had heard from the well-informed ghost that the black-clothed slaves had frequently entered the room. Yes, we will be punished if we enter. Of course, I'm not sure about what will happen if other people enter, but they're probably not much better. Morong Honglian was smiling a while ago, but when she mentioned this matter, she was serious. Qin Xiang could even see a hint of fear in her eyes. Morong Honglian possessed such a powerful cultivation level, but she still felt that it was scary inside. But I've seen some guys go in. Qin Xiang was also really curious to know what was inside. Now he somewhat understood that he clan could not enter, so he let the black-clothed slave go. Looks like what Morong Honglian said was true. There was definitely danger inside, but Morong Honglian himself was not clear about it, so he could not tell Qin Xiang too much. Who went in? Morong Honglian asked. She knew that no one had ever gone in. Even if they had, they would never be able to come out, and it was an extremely dangerous and mysterious place for world-defying stage clan like her. Black-clothed slave. Qin Xiang said, "Didn't I kill the black-clothed slave before? I found their memories of entering this myriad Tao forest from the fragments of their memories. As for why they want to go in, I don't know. Do you know?" Qin Xiang looked at Morong Honglian, who was deep in thought. Morong Honglian was very surprised when he heard Qin Xiang say that the black-clothed slave would go in, and then fell into deep thought. After a while, Morong Honglian shook his head. "I don't know. He clan often does some mysterious things. I can only ask the elders of the Murong family. Those black-clothed slaves have no emotions, and would not be afraid if they go in. But you must not go in, and will die inside. Those black-clothed slaves are fine even if they enter. What will happen to me?" Qin Xiang laughed. "Don't be so concerned about me. It's easy to make me think that I'm sentimental." "Humph." Morong Honglian stuck his tongue out at Qin Xiang, then snorted. "This is all for your own good. You possess the world-defying green dragon, so I want to see how much you will grow in the end, so you can't go in, and I don't want you to die inside. You're not my wife. If you say you won't let me in, then so be it." Qin Xiang snickered, and then he flew in on his 6 realms mirrors. Just as his 6 realms mirrors had begun to move, red light suddenly appeared all around him. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped by a red domain. This was Morong Honglian's red Lotus Time domain. "If I say I won't let you in, then I won't let you in. You have to listen to me," Morong Honglian said in a tender voice. "If you promise me, I will let you leave my domain. Otherwise, you can escape from my domain as long as you defeat me." Qin Xiang looked at his surroundings and sighed. Then he placed well-informed Ghost into the 6 realms mirrors and put it away. The moment Qin Xiang said this, he wanted to teleport over, but he did not succeed. Morong Honglian's spatial and temporal domain had already restricted others' time and PAC power, so he could not use it, unless his time and PAC power was much stronger than Morong Honglian's. He would not be able to break through the restrictions imposed on him by this domain. Morong Honglian chuckled. "Now do you know how powerful I am?" "There's nothing to be proud of. You're just a little stronger than me." Qin Xiang curled his lips and then flew over. He wanted to attack Morong Honglian, but Morong Honglian was like a fish in water within his spatial domain, easily dodging the attack. Qin Xiang could not use time and PAC power S to teleport right now. Morong Honglian was just like a mischievous little bird in front of him. It was difficult for him to catch her. "Don't force me to be serious." Qin Xiang's expression became serious. "If you still don't remove this domain, I'll be angry. I just want to see how much money you have when you're serious." Morong Honglian gently stroked her hair and mischievously laughed. "All right then." Qin Xiang took out the Heavenly Alchemy Emperor Seal and said, "I want to see how strong this domain of yours is." Soon after, his Heavenly Alchemy Emperor Seal suddenly grew in size, and even released a blinding green light. Seeing this, Morong Honglian was shocked. This was actually the power of a world-defying green dragon, and after feeling that powerful and unparalleled dragon power, it made her feel no small amount of pressure. Don't even think about succeeding. Murong Honglian knew that Chen Xiang wanted to use the power of the world-defying green dragon, so she became more serious. However, the Heavenly Alchemy Emperor's seal continued to shake and grow bigger. Roar! Following the sound of a dragon's roar, the Heavenly Alchemy Emperor's seal suddenly expanded by several times, becoming like a huge mountain. The red silk cloth wrapped around it also began to dissipate, and the red lotus time domain instantly disintegrated as well. The Heavenly Alchemy Emperor's seal was like a huge mountain floating in the air, covering the sky as its HI plus mirrored with azure light. The scariest thing was that there was a gigantic green dragon coiled above the Heavenly Alchemy Emperor's seal. Its gigantic dragon head was majestic and solemn. Looking down from the sky, it looked down at the world with disdain, causing Murong Honglian's beautiful face to turn pale from fright. At this time, Chen Xiang also deeply felt the world-defying beast's terror. After the world-defying green dragon cultivated to large success stage, it had actually become so terrifying. Right at the moment when Murong Honglian's domain was broken, Chen Xiang anxiously teleported to him, releasing 6 realms mirrors behind her, releasing a powerful sealing force that sealed Murong Honglian, preventing her from moving. You, let me go. Murong Honglian was shocked. She never thought that there would be a seal that could seal her. This seal was released by Feng Ku'er. Of course he could seal her. Chun Xiang smiled in thanks, and then he carried her from the back. He still had one hand on her abdomen, and then the arm slowly slid upwards. B-A-S-T-A-R-D. I'm not done with you. She did not expect Chen Xiang to be so shameless. What made her even more surprised was that Chen Xiang had hugged her from the back and even blew air into her ears, kissing her earlobe. Although Murong Honglian was not a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her delicateness was still extremely valuable. It gave her a very warm and gentle feeling, and Chen Xiang could not let go of her at this moment. What a special woman you are. Chen Xiang sucked in the fragrance on her body and laughed wickedly. However, his hand still lingered around Murong Honglian's abdomen without moving up. Murong Honglian had been gritting his teeth the entire time as he scolded Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang rubbed her face and chuckled. Forget it. I'm just giving you a lesson. Afterwards, he removed the seal on Murong Honglian's body, causing her to heave a sigh of relief. The moment she broke the seal, she wanted to retaliate, but after thinking for a while, she decided not to. Chun Xiang only kissed her on her earlobe and face. Hugging her for a bit wasn't much of a loss. See 3067. See 3067 in the end. Murong Honglian had still severely underestimated Chen Xiang's strength, especially Chen Xiang's world-defying green dragon. It was far stronger than what she had imagined, and it was also that kind of mysterious and unfathomable sealing power that caused her to be unable to move for a short period of time. She was glad that Chen Xiang was a good person. If he was a pervert that was so bad to the bones, she might have been stripped naked by Chen Xiang by now, and even, aren't you interested in me? Murong Honglian had already recovered, and actually revealed a sweet smile. I have a lot of women, so I don't need you. I really have no interest in you. Chun Xiang laughed. I want to go inside to take a look. Do you want to come along? When Murong Honglian said this, Murong Honglian felt a little uncomfortable. She had thought that Chen Xiang was drooling over her beauty, but she didn't expect that she wouldn't be able to seduce Chen Xiang. No, you're not allowed to go either. Murong Honglian was still worried that Chen Xiang would die inside. She didn't know why, but she didn't want Chen Xiang to die inside. She teleported in front of Chen Xiang, stopped him, and said with a cold face, "Listen to me for once. If you enter, you'll die." Chen Xiang originally wanted to talk with her a little more, but he suddenly felt a lot of powerful auras rush, plussing towards him. He frowned. Not good. The disciples of the Otherworld Defying Stage clan have arrived. Murong Honglian also sensed it at this moment and scolded in a low voice. This group of BASTARDS, they definitely came because they sensed the aura of the world defying green dragon. That BASTARD from He clan is also here. You must be careful. He definitely brought enough servants here this time. Looks like I have to go in now. At the very least, I'll just be chased by those servants. Qin Xiang laughed. Are you really not coming? Murong Honglian shook his head. I'm not going, you go in. I'll stall those BASTARDS. They had always thought that I had obtained the world defying green dragon. Although I had said that I had not obtained it, they all thought that I had killed you while I was still in Myriad Tau Mausoleum. So this time they felt the world defying green dragon's aura and hurried over. Qin Xiang had already kept his heavenly alchemy emperor seal and patted Murong Honglian's shoulder. Don't worry, I will definitely come out alive. All right, I'll believe you again. Quickly go in. Murong Honglian struck his palm towards Qin Xiang, releasing a ray of red light. It was a powerful time and SPAC power and instantly blasted Qin Xiang into the Myriad Tau forest. After Qin Xiang went in, he looked at the back and discovered that he was already inside the Myriad Tau forest. Well-informed ghost, you stay inside the 6 realms mirrors and don't come out. It's more dangerous outside. Qin Xiang had already sensed that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. In short, he felt a sense of unease. The well-informed ghost said, No, let me go out and see if I can collect some soul fragments here. Only then will you be able to quickly understand this place. Qin Xiang had felt the same way before, but he thought that it was too dangerous because the well-informed ghost's cultivation was not high and he was not knowledgeable about the situation. So if there was a sudden situation, there was a high possibility of him being unable to protect the well-informed ghost. Hurry up and let me out. I don't need much time. The well-informed ghost said, As long as you let me out, I will use my strongest power to gather the remnant souls outside. Although the consumption is great, it will be done very quickly. All right. In the end, Qin Xiang agreed and let well-informed ghost sit on top of the 6 realms mirrors. He instructed Feng Ku'er to be ready to release the seals to protect them anytime. He urged the 6 realms mirrors to fly within this Myriad Tau forest, and the speed of its flight was extremely fast. Moreover, it was flying in circles. This was in order to go to more places, so that the well-informed ghost could collect remnant souls. All right, I've completed it. In just an hour, well-informed ghost had already collected a lot of residual souls, and he looked exhausted. Qin Xiang quickly let him enter the 6 realms mirrors. I need about a day. Well-informed ghost said immediately after entering. Qin Xiang flew around this wasteland that was filled with huge rocks and didn't encounter anything. He had no purpose and could only fly around randomly. This wasteland was extremely flat. The further they went in, the more straight the rocks were. They were as straight as the trunk of a tree and very tall as well. Myriad Tau forest? Qin Xiang felt that it was a pity that he did not ask Murong Honglian about this matter previously. Right now, he could only wait for well-informed ghost to organize those memories. At night, Qin Xiang flew to the side of a giant boulder. This rock was 10,000 feet high and stood square on the ground like a giant stone slab. The edges are really neat, as if they were precisely cut by someone. Qin Xiang flew up to the top and looked around to check the edges, and it looked like he used something to cut it out. There were a lot of strange stones and a lot of huge round stones as well. I can't see anything with the Dao Heart Eye. Qin Xiang used the Dao Heart Eye to carefully examine it, but he did not find any signs of energy fluctuations. After he flew a bit further, he threw a punch towards a huge stone slab. The powerful force smashed into it, and even though there was a series of explosive sounds, that stone did not have any reaction. It actually absorbed his strength. So strange! Qin Xiang exclaimed. After that, he threw a few punches, but he couldn't injure the rock, so he didn't continue. I wonder if I can place this stone in my divine sense world. Chen Xiang really liked this square stone. If placed in his divine sense world, it would be able to increase the scenery. He had used the powerful time and SPAC power to move the gigantic square-shaped stone tablet to his divine sense world. But he did not succeed because the stone was absorbing his time and SPAC power. I don't believe it. Chen Xiang continued to release even stronger time and SPAC power, but the speed at which the stone was absorbing continued. He was originally planning to give up, but suddenly he saw the stone slab light up. On the flat surface of the stone slab, he saw something. It's the Murong Rong red lotus. Chen Xiang saw a patch of red, which was Murong Honglian's red lotus time domain. And inside this SPAC time domain, there was an extremely huge tiger. It was the huge tiger of the young master of He clan. Murong Honglian was fighting against the 4 gold slaves of the young master of the He clan. What's going on? It's good that you can hear them. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a sound, making him extremely happy. This stone had this kind of ability. After absorbing his time and SPAC power, it could let him see what he wanted to see. Miss Red Lotus, why did you fight with them? Chen Xiang asked. You must have dragged this out for too long. Chen Xiang had only tried to see if he could speak to Murong Honglian, but she was the only one who could hear him. Where are you? When Murong Honglian heard her voice, he was shocked. He thought that Chen Xiang was using some kind of secret technique to send a sound transmission to her, and was even able to see that she was fighting. C3068. C3068, after all, Murong Honglian was only at the peak of the sacred ranked world defying stage. But when she faced He clan, she did not have the strength to resist, so she could only teleport to avoid their attacks. I'm in the Myriad Tau Forest. I'm already in the depths. You don't have to drag them any longer. Chen Xiang said, I don't want to waste time with them here either, but they firmly believe that I have obtained the world-defying green dragon, which is why they wanted to force me to release them. Murong Honglian said, I have no choice. What if you can release it? A thought suddenly came to Chen Xiang's mind. If I can release them, I'll make them give up. They definitely won't dare to rob me, as the Murong family behind me is quite powerful. Murong Honglian said. Chen Xiang had already summoned his world-defying green dragon, and had it fly towards the huge stone slab in front of them. Inside the image, there was the image of Murong Honglian. The world-defying green dragon flew very fast, and in a moment it was already in front of the stone slab. Chen Xiang gritted his teeth and let the world-defying green dragon crash into him, and actually went in, and even went to Murong Honglian's side. Murong Honglian was stunned, because the world-defying green dragon suddenly appeared behind her back. The world-defying green dragon became very small in Chen Xiang's hands, like a tame little snake coiling around Murong Honglian's arm. It really succeeded. This is simply a spatial gate, and it's very powerful as well. It can penetrate through the domain of Murong Honglian, the Red Lotus domain. Before, Chen Xiang only thought about it, but now he succeeded. As expected, the world-defying green dragon is in your hands. You finally admitted to it. Young Master, He clan's voice came from the villa on the back of the gigantic tiger. Now let's see if you are worthy enough to have the world-defying green dragon or not. 4 gold slaves. Kill the world-defying green dragon. Chen Xiang, did you get it? Quick, get rid of him. I can't protect your world-defying green dragon. Murong Honglian panicked. She did not know how Chen Xiang did it, nor did she have the time to ask. She only wanted to get rid of He clan, sir. Go on by yourself. Isn't this your Red Lotus time and SPAC domain? Chen Xiang said. When that time comes, that be ASTAR D. He will use his He clan's divine equipment to envelop everyone outside. I won't be able to leave, Murong Honglian anxiously said. Just as she finished speaking, the world-defying green dragon that was wrapped around her arm transformed into a green lightning bolt and struck into the air, releasing a strong roar. After the green light flashed, an incomparably large green dragon appeared, instantly shattering the red Lotus Time domain, and even destroyed the golden light barrier outside. Watch how I take care of them, Qin Xiang sneered. The world-defying green dragon hovered in the sky, covering the sky. The giant tiger carrying the villa was already big enough, but in front of the world-defying green dragon, it was no different than an ant. I have to use even more power now. Qin Xiang began to borrow the power of the other 5 beasts, concentrating all of them onto the world-defying green dragon, causing the world-defying green dragon to become even more terrifying. After the world-defying green dragon roared a few times, its body underwent a huge change. The dragon's body had the red scales of a fire unicorn, and it was even emitting flames. Following that, the vermilion bird's wings appeared, and on the Qilin plate, the rigid tortoise L of a black tortoise also appeared. Is this even an azure dragon? Murong Honglian was stunned. She did not feel the power of the other 5 beasts on the world-defying green dragon's body. She only felt that this dragon was extremely beautiful and terrifying. 4 gold slaves, seize that dragon! An excited roar came from the manor on the back of the giant tiger. However, as soon as the sound was heard, the huge dragon's flaming dragon tail hacked down like a world-splitting giant axe, instantly splitting the huge tiger into 2. The manor was also destroyed from above. Roar! The red fire dragon roared furiously as it stared at the 4 gold slaves. Its sun-like eyes suddenly flashed and shot out 2 streaks of flame and lightning towards one of the golden slaves who was charging at it. With an explosive sound, the golden slave instantly exploded into a golden beam of light. Following that, the red fire dragon released the Suzaku fire wing from its back. Countless fire feathers flew out like a torrential storm, bringing along a strong killing intent that enveloped the entire area. The other 3 golden slaves were hit by Huiyu. Their bodies had countless holes in them, and then were stabbed by Huiyu. In the end, they were blasted into smithereens by the flaming lightning released by the dragon eye. The black clouds were dyed red by the flames released from the dragon's body. As the fiery clouds collided with the red lightning, it seemed as if the entire world would be conquered by this terrifying crimson fire dragon. Immediately after, the dragon roared again, spitting out a ball of flame. The moment the flame appeared, the ground started to crack. The entire land seemed to tremble in fear as if it was the birth of a giant beast. This was the power of the ground-suppressing immortal elephant, and the ball of flame carried a berserk lightning bolt as it charged towards the gigantic tiger that was split into 2 halves. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic tiger was struck by the ball of flame, and in an instant the flame spread out in all directions. The gigantic tiger had been split into 2. Murong Honglian, who was floating in mid-air, was scared silly. 4 gold slaves and giant tiger had both been instantly killed. What kind of strength was this? She never thought that Qin Xiang was actually hiding such a terrifying strength. Qin Xiang sat on the 6 realms mirror's back and looked at the image that appeared on the stone wall in shock. He had never known that his own 6 beasts was actually so terrifying. He could not understand either, because this kind of power was completely different from his own. If he managed to cultivate the primordial divine body, then perhaps this kind of power would be more or less. But right now, he wasn't. Murong Honglianu, you actually killed the 4 gold slaves of our He clan. The He clan lord did not die. He was standing on a flying disc that was enveloped in a dense golden light. This has nothing to do with me. Murong Honglian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, because this world-defying green dragon really wasn't hers. She didn't know where Qin Xiang got it from, and she didn't know why it had become so terrifying. Chen Xiang hurriedly took back the world-defying green dragon. After the world-defying green dragon successfully returned to his divine sense sea world, he was a lot more at ease. He was still worried that he would not be able to take it back. The heaven and earth had returned to normal, but the outside of the myriad Tao forest was a complete mess. The group of disciples from the other world-defying stage clan were also scared silly by the scarlet fire dragon. They never knew that there was such a terrifying world-defying beast in the world. It wasn't a world-defying green dragon at all. The most important thing was that such a strong beast was actually in the hands of Morong Honglian, the woman. Just wait with me. My He clan is not finished. His beloved mount looked as if it had been cut into two by a dragon tail, and in the end it had even turned into dust. The 4 gold slaves that he had spent a lot of effort to borrow was also gone. As the young master of the He clan left, the disciples of the other world-defying stage clan also left in shock and fear, leaving Morong Honglian floating in the air blankly. What the F***K is this? I didn't do anything. Morong Honglian looked around. She really didn't do anything. It was Chen Xiang controlling that terrifying scarlet fire dragon from behind. Chen Xiang, where are you? Morong Honglian could only ask Chen Xiang. C3069. C3069 Chen Xiang was still in the myriad Tao forest. After he recalled the world-defying green dragon back, he was also thinking about why his world-defying green dragon suddenly became so strong. One must know that when he fought with Morong Honglian, he had released world-defying green dragoness. But at that time, even if he hadn't absorbed the powers of the other 5 beasts, he wouldn't have been so strong. I'm in the myriad Tao forest. Chen Xiang looked at the gigantic stone tablet in front of him. He suspected that the world-defying green dragon had become exceptionally strong after Pa-S sing through this area. Then how did you get the world-defying green dragon here? She had never entered the myriad Tao forest, but she knew that Chen Xiang would definitely be very far away from her inside the myriad Tao forest. It's a long story. I'll tell you again when I have the chance. Chen Xiang released the world-defying green dragon from the myriad Tao forest, then gathered the power of the 5 beasts into the world-defying green dragon's body. However, the world-defying green dragon had only grown in size and hadn't become a crimson fire dragon like before. The power of the other 5 beasts hasn't perfectly fused into the dragon's body. Chen Xiang looked at the world-defying green dragon, floating in the sky, and furrowed his brows. Now he was sure that the world-defying green dragon could only absorb the power of the other 5 beasts and use the stone slab to become the crimson fire dragons. The scarlet fire dragon was extremely strong. It could easily kill the 4 golden slaves. This kind of power was unimaginable even to Chen Xiang. I must take this thing away! Epsilon W.E. after Chen Xiang put away the world-defying green dragon. He told Feng Ku'er what had just happened, so that he could think of a way to take away the stone tablet. I'll go out and try. Feng Ku'er carried the 6 realms mirrors and flew above the stone slab. No one knew what kind of seal she used to make the 6 realms mirrors face the stone tablet and emit a white glow. The giant rock board was instantly covered in white light, and after that the entire rock board gradually shrank and entered the 6 realms mirror's mirror. How did you succeed? Chen Xiang felt that it was hard to believe. I'm so amazing, so this kind of thing won't trouble me. Feng Ku'er laughed complacently. This is mainly because I used a type of seal to seal the stone tablet to resist the power of S.P.H.C. Then I used a different type of formation to absorb the stone tablet into the 6 realms mirrors. This sealing power is really powerful. Chen Xiang praised. Come here, let me see what's so special about these stone tablets. Well-informed Ghost had not organized all the memories. Otherwise, Chen Xiang would have a better understanding of this myriad Tao forest. Let me see if I can see anything through the stone slabs. Qin Xiang sent his consciousness into the SPAC inside the Six Realms mirrors, but discovered that there were no stone slabs inside. What's going on? Chen Xiang anxiously asked Feng Kuo. He's gone. Feng Kuo shouted in alarm, and then she hid herself inside the Six Realms mirrors. A moment later, she ran out from inside and laughed. That stone tablet is very strange. It has already fused with the Six Realms mirrors. Why can't I feel it? Qin Xiang permeated his consciousness into the Six Realms mirrors, but he did not find any slate that had fused in. Try injecting the time and SPAC power into the Six Realms mirrors again. Feng Kuo said. Qin Xiang tried it, and sure enough it worked. He saw Murong Honglian through the reflection of the Six Realms mirrors, and he immediately teleported to Divine Wasteland. Where is she? Chen Xiang felt that it was a pretty good idea for Six Realms mirrors to be able to see other people. I wonder if we can look at the others. Qin Xiang tried to look for Xue Xianxian and the others, but failed. He could only continue to observe Murong Honglian. Murong Honglian quickly came to a stop, probably teleporting to the place she wanted to go. He's gone. Qin Xiang saw a red light flash on Murong Honglian's body, and he disappeared. He must have entered his Murong family. Feng Kuo said, "This thing can only see people from the same world. Murong Honglian's family is not in the same SPAC with the Divine Wasteland." Qin Xiang, who was waiting for the well-informed ghost, was very bored right now. He could only run to the other big rocks and try various things there, wanting to see if there were any special effects. However, these stones were just ordinary stones. They were immediately shattered, unlike the huge square stone slab from before. These stones are really strange. After Qin Xiang smashed 2 of the stones to pieces, he continued to test out the other stones. He threw a punch across the sky, using the power of the meteor immortal power to circulate the power of the world-defying stage divine power, and released a ball of light that resembled a shooting star, striking the round boulder. After hitting the rock, he felt that it would explode. However, it did not. Instead, it was directly sent flying. He actually flew away. Chen Xiang looked at the circular stone that disappeared into the sky and couldn't help but be stunned. That rock should be very light. It should be able to withstand your attack and fly away. Feng Kuo was also very interested in the rocks here. This was something very strange that she had seen before, especially the square stone. Daybreak. Well-informed ghost had finally sorted out the residual soul memories he had collected. There's a result. He was currently inside the Six Realms mirrors, so he did not know about what Qin Xiang had done before, nor did he know that the Six Realms mirrors had fused together with a strange stone. What is so magical about this place? Qin Xiang asked quickly. This is a place where one's Tao heart perishes. The well-informed ghost said, or should we say, it is because after some fellows above myriad Tao die, their Tao hearts will fall here, forming pieces of stone. Even those above myriad Tao will die. Qin Xiang was very surprised at this. He thought that people who had reached that level should never die. They can die, but most of these guys were killed by someone else. Feng Kuo said, "What exactly is a Tao heart?" Qin Xiang asked. It means that all sorts of different types of Tao energy essences have different types of power. If one cultivated fire, then the essence of Tao power would be fire. If one cultivated lightning, then it would be lightning, and so on and so forth. There are many different types of Taos, all of which are Tao energy essences. However, none of the Tao energy essences mentioned in any of the memories are actually Tao energy essences. It was already not bad that the well-informed ghost was able to obtain this information. That's all. Feng Kuo was still curious about many things. Of course there are, but it's not much. because most of those memories are miscellaneous stuff. I just picked out the more useful ones. The world-defying stage clan cannot enter this place because they are under the Myriad Tao's care, and this is a land where their Tao hearts perish. The Myriad Tao does not allow them to have the Tao heart here, because if he obtains the Tao heart here, they will be able to leave the control of the Myriad Tao. C3070. C3070, the Tao heart, actually had such a great benefit. Chen Xiang looked around at the huge rocks. How many people with Tao hearts would have to die to have so many Tao hearts? So many people have died. It's really scary. Chen Xiang never thought that there would be so many people above the Myriad Tao. Some have been executed. Those people who should be killed are all existences at the peak of world-defying stage. The well-informed ghost said, if world-defying stage clan has these Tao hearts, they might be able to break through the peak of world-defying stage and step onto the top of the Myriad Tao. That way, they can escape the control of the Myriad Tao. Doesn't that mean that there's a killing array here to target them? Feng Ku'er did not realize that she had guessed it and planned to look around. After all, this was an array that was set up by the Way of the Kings. Probably. The well-informed ghost said there are still some dangers inside because the so-called Tao heart is uncontrollable. Especially those beast Tao hearts, which will become powerful beasts or have an evil Tao heart, and will also give birth to powerful evil spirits. The stone tablet that Chen Xiang saw earlier should be a very good Tao heart. That Tao heart could fuse with various types of energy, which was why the world-defying green dragon became like that. Right now, he didn't know how to make the world-defying green dragon transform either. Concentrating the 6 beasts' power on one of them would make the world-defying beast become stronger and would not disperse its power. That was why, after the 6 beasts merged, it would be able to defeat the 4 gold slaves easily. At the very least, the world-defying stage clan would not dare to enter here and attack me. Qin Xiang looked at the rocks around him. He had become extremely cautious. He was worried that these rocks would suddenly turn into powerful beasts and attack him. If the people from the world-defying stage clan were to come in, there's a high chance that they would cause a huge commotion. The well-informed ghost said, how about you get one of them to come in and try it out? Now, that Chen Xiang was able to do it, then it would be the woman Morong Honglian. However, he still had a good impression of Morong Honglian. At least he didn't want to kill him, an S. And A to C. H the world-defying green dragon away like the other proud disciples. If there's a chance, I will definitely get one of them to come in. Qin Xiang laughed. Right. The Tao hearts here all have energy within them. I wonder if we can use it. The well-informed ghost said, you know how to refine pills. You should be more familiar with these things. Chen Xiang did not run into a stone with a special energy inside, which was that square stone was extremely useful, and he stumbled upon it by chance. All right, let me try and see if I can succeed. Qin Xiang used his Tao heart to look at these stones. He immediately began to search for stones that contained energy. Some of these boulders were easy to break because the energy within them had already been lost. Therefore, there was no longer any form of defense. They could be shattered with a single punch. When he encountered the flying stone before, it was because he had a certain intelligence and used the strange energy within it to make himself lighter. Then, he flew away under Qin Xiang's powerful punch. Looks like I have to get some snacks. Qin Xiang didn't need to use such a violent method now. He directly went to the side of the rock, placed his hands on it, and imbued world-defying stage divine power in it. After a few hours, Qin Xiang still did not reap any rewards. Many of the Tao hearts were dead, and it was very difficult to find a living one. However, he still continued because he knew that it required patience. Moreover, after he witnessed the power of the square slab of stone, he was very interested in the power inside it. This would allow him to patiently search for them one by one. Over 10 days later, when he poured a wave of world-defying stage divine power into a huge oval-shaped rock, He felt that this wave of world-defying stage divine power was rapidly being absorbed, causing him to be overjoyed. "I've finally met one." Chunxiang immediately took action, throwing a heavy palm towards the rock. Right after he threw out his palm, the rock immediately started trembling violently, following that it erupted with a burst of gold light, scaring Chunxiang away, because after the gold light shone, it was accompanied by a burst of powerful spirit qi. This is a beast. Chunxiang was stunned because he could see through the golden light that there was a gigantic beast figure inside that looked like a gorilla. Sure enough, it was a huge beast that looked like a real gorilla. However, its entire body was covered in golden scales, and there were even a few long sword-like backs on its back. The head was like a toad's. The huge beast roared and immediately rushed towards Chunxiang. As it ran, it actually released a burst of spatial energy that wanted to imprison Chunxiang. This beast actually knows how to use the power of SPAC. Chunxiang was completely shocked. It was a good thing that he knew how to use the time and SPAC power and teleport away from the SPAC domain. Very strong. He should have cultivated the primordial divine body. This is a proud beast. Feng Ku'er said, "Fortunately, this is not a divine beast, otherwise it would be much stronger." Chunxiang took out the primordial divine net and placed it down. After the divine net covered the beast, it immediately struggled. Just as it was about to break open the divine net, Feng Ku'er immediately controlled the 6 realms mirrors to release a seal, trapping the beast inside. "Don't kill me." The proud beast suddenly spoke. Chunxiang floated in the air and laughed. "I don't have to kill you, but you have to promise me some conditions." Even though this beast that seemed to be so arrogant and powerful, Chunxiang felt that it was useless. If it was used against a person from the world-defying stage clan, with just this big of a body, it would already be a huge meat target. "Speak." The beast that was arrogant in this world didn't just speak, he also used his consciousness to communicate with Chunxiang. "Help me find something good here. You must be very familiar with this place." Chunxiang needed a pure energy type of Tao Heart monolith, not this type of living beast. "No problem, but this will take time. I've been asleep for a long time, and it was you who woke me up." The proud beast looked around, and upon sensing that many of the giant rocks with Tao hearts had all died, it couldn't help but begin to howl in a low voice. "All right." Chunxiang also agreed, and after that he made a blood contract with the arrogant beast. Chunxiang sat on the head of the proud beast, and the beast started to sprint. From time to time he would teleport and sense where the good rocks were. "How were you born?" Chunxiang was very curious about the origins of this beast, which made him look very strange, to the point that he looked a little ugly. "I don't know. I've been here for a long time. Maybe this is the only thing I had in my previous life." The beast said, in his previous life he was a beast. Moreover, he was above myriad Tao or was even executed. "Something has appeared. He looks just like a human." The beast suddenly shouted and pointed in a direction. When Chunxiang looked over, he realized that over a dozen black figures had jumped over. They were actually He Clan's black clothed slaves. See 3071. See 3071 in the well-informed ghost memories that he collected. There were the memories of the black clothed slaves that frequently entered here. It was also because of those memories that he found this place. "Can you handle it?" Chunxiang asked. "If possible, I will hide." "Absolutely." The strange beast was extremely confident, and then Chunxiang went into hiding. Chunxiang recalled the memories he had gathered here before in the well-informed ghost. The Tao Heart boulder inside could allow the people of the world-defying stage clan to break through the control of the myriad Tao. One had to know that the people of the world-defying stage clan were also under the control of the myriad Tao at the same time. They could not break through the peak of the world-defying stage or enter it. Therefore, if the He clan wanted to change the situation, they could cultivate a large number of these powerful black clothed slaves or gold clothed slaves, and let them come in here to search for useful things so that they could cultivate and break through. If we let so many people from the He clan die, they might become vigilant. However, they're not afraid and do not dare to enter. Chun Xiang secretly laughed in his heart. At this time, the arrogant strange beast had already rushed over. Its frog-like mouth had grown very big, and Chun Xiang had thought that it would spit out a golden light or something. Who would have thought that he would spit out so many giant wasps from his mouth? These tens of thousands of wasps were like a huge black shadow that enveloped over, turning into a palm that directly slapped towards the 10 black-clothed slaves. These black-clothed slaves didn't think that the wasp that had just appeared would arrive so quickly. This was the power of S.P.A.C. After the black-clothed slave was covered by the wasp, his body was pierced through by the wasp stinger, creating countless holes. He's already dead so fast! Before this, Chun Xiang had been chased around by these black-clothed slaves, but he didn't expect that in the eyes of this proud and unusual beast, he was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. The strange beast opened its mouth and spat out a long stone. Then it sucked the bodies of the 10 black-clothed slaves into its mouth and ate them. This guy is really flowery. Chun Xiang never thought that there would be so many strange beasts with the body of a toad gorilla. Toad head! Have you ever seen anything like this here before? Chun Xiang returned back to the toad's head. I have. I've eaten them all. The toad head seemed to like the name that Chun Xiang gave it and jumped up and down in excitement. Now he would bring Chun Xiang to the stone that he had discovered earlier. This is the place. I can feel a very strong energy in this rock. The toad said, What kind of energy is it? Do you know? Chun Xiang flew on top of the round stone. Round and large stones like these were very common here, but the square slab of stone that he had obtained was very rare here. He had thought that the stone slab was very rare, which was why he chose to mess it up. Chun Xiang took out the heavenly magic sword and pierced through it first, easily. The energy inside should be a type of energy that can make the body strong. I can feel it. The toad said, A lot of this energy has already been lost. It should be in the middle. This rock was 300 meters high, and it would be difficult to reach the center. However, he still had a plan. He immediately released the world-defying D-fire and burned a small path. When he was about to reach the middle, he immediately felt a wave of energy seeping out. So powerful! Quickly use your Tianquang furnace to catch it. Feng Ke also felt it. Chun Xiang had already taken out his Tianquang furnace and channeled the energy that was Gus. Plussing out from it into the Tianquang furnace. After the Tianquang furnace was refined by the myriad Tao divine soil, it had become very strong, and the SPAC inside was also very stable. It should be able to hold a lot. Chun Xiang held the Tianquang furnace up for a good 3 days and 3 nights, before finally taking away the energy within the stone. It's a very pure energy. It seems to be very useful for the body. I wonder if I can refine it with the Tianyuan Holy Body Dan. Chun Xiang looked inside the Tianquang furnace, and the energy had already turned into liquid. All right, this energy is enough for me to use. Chun Xiang said, Toadhead, you are free now. Right. Can you take me to a safer place? I don't want to be disturbed. Chun Xiang planned to start concocting pills as he wanted to reach the peak of world-defying holy body quickly. Moreover, it would not be easy to cultivate the divine body. He would need other pills as well. When that time came, he could only use the time laws to stimulate the growth of those medicinal herbs that would take many years before they matured. The disciples of the world-defying stage clan are so arrogant, but they still haven't managed to cultivate their divine bodies. It seems like cultivating the primordial divine body won't be easy. Chun Xiang knew the difficulty of cultivating the primordial divine body. He had already worked hard for a long time, and now he was only preparing to succeed. If that kind of pill is refined, then Natural Law World will be able to nurture a group of experts with unparalleled divine bodies. Then Natural Law World will no longer have any fear. Qin Xiang looked at the world-defying heaven fruit tree and discovered that it had grown quite well. Right now, he could only refine Tianyuan Holy Body Dan, so he could first cultivate the world-defying holy body to its peak. The toad brought him to a relatively large round boulder. He let out a golden light and wrapped the boulder up, then let Qin Xiang inside. After Qin Xiang went in, the inside was actually empty, and after that the toad followed him in, and the moment he went in he fell into a deep sleep. "Toad head!" Qin Xiang called out softly. Seeing that he did not react, he could not help but smile. Thereafter, he began refining the Tianyuan Holy Body Dan. When he was refining it, he found that the energy he got when he first entered it could enhance the quality of Tianyuan Holy Body Dan as by a lot. Of course, it was also extremely difficult to refine it. Fortunately, Feng Kuer had helped. He used the time formation, and even after 2 months, he still could not refine a single pellet. Let me have a look. How much stronger is it compared to before? It took me quite a bit of time. After Qin Xiang ate it and began to refine it, he quickly felt that the effects of this pellet was actually several times better than the previous one. After the derivation method and the crash method, that kind of energy has increased even more, which is why it has such a good effect. Qin Xiang only needed to eat 1 pill to feel a huge increase in strength. He felt that he did not need to eat too much to cultivate the world-defying holy body to its peak. He quickly finished refining it and continued refining it. Refining 50 pills in one go will definitely allow me to reach the peak of world-defying holy body. Qin Xiang planned to try summoning that stone after cultivating to see if he could summon out the scarlet fire dragon again. That was an extremely powerful thing, capable of killing the divine body of a golden slave. C3072. C3072, when Qin Xiang was refining pills, he would use the power of time to release a time domain, and when he was in this domain, he could shorten the time he spent with the outside. Using the power of time required him to consume a lot of energy, but this consumption was nothing to him. With his current cultivation level, he could release the time and C power while he was refining pills. Refining 50 Tianyuan Holy Body Dan required a very long time. Even though he was very familiar with the process, he was only able to refine 2 of them in 3 months. If this was the case, he would need more than 5 years and 60 to 70 months. However, 60 months had Pa-S set inside the time domain, and only 60 to 70 days had Pa-S set outside. Feng Kuer was also bored while Qin Xiang was refining the pellet. She went out to wander around, wanting to see if she could discover something. When Qin Xiang was refining pills, he did not feel the Pa-S Sage of Time at all. Right now, he was always immersed in refining pills, which made him feel extremely happy. Unknowingly, a period of time had Pa-S said, had refined 50 Tianyuan Holy Body Dan in such a manner, and the energy that he had extracted from the Dao Heart Giant Stone had already been used up. "Did you find anything?" Qin Xiang asked as he saw Feng Kuer returning. "Not at all, but I sensed some auras of some black clothed slaves." Feng Kuer said, "These guys aren't giving up yet. Looks like they're extremely anxious to break through the control of the myriad Tao. I wonder why." The black-clothed female was groomed by the He clan to look for this energy, and it was able to make the He clan even stronger. Furthermore, quite a few of them had died recently, yet the He clan still dared to send them over, which was why Feng Kuer felt this way. "I'm going to start eating these pills. After I finish cultivating the peak world-defying holy body, I'll be ready to cultivate my divine body." Qin Xiang felt that if he could cultivate world-defying holy body at its peak and then summon his red fire dragon, he could become very strong. However, he did not know how to summon the red fire dragon yet. After all, when the red fire dragon appeared, it was through that Dao Heart boulder that he had kept inside the 6 realms mirrors. "All right, I will continue to walk around and see if I can catch a black-clothed slave." Feng Kuer flew out again. Qin Xiang did not need to worry about her. She had controlled a large number of seal formations and barriers, as long as she wasn't an especially strong world-defying stage. None of them were able to do anything to her. After Chen Xiang ate the Tianyuan holy body Dan, he began to refine the medicinal power. Fortunately, these pills all contained a spiritual OD, and he didn't need to spend too much time and energy to refine them. From the beginning to the end, he just let it happen. Of course, there would also be some problems. For example, when refining the pill, he would encounter a situation where the medicinal energy was blocked and dispersed. This was mainly because there was too much medicinal energy left in his meridians, so he had to refine it himself. The further I go, the longer I can refine it. Chen Xiang didn't know why at the beginning he could refine one pellet in half a day, but later on it would take 7 days. Fortunately, he had plenty of time. Although a year had said, only a dozen days had set outside. All right, I've finally cultivated the peak of world-defying holy body. Chen Xiang looked at the condition of his own body, then looked at the proud 6 beasts inside the divine Sensi. Shao Kur! Chun Xiang shouted. Not long after, Feng Kur returned. I met a type of slave in purple costume outside. It seems to be very powerful. When Feng Kur returned, he told Chun Xiang about what he found outside. How many? Chun Xiang asked quickly. There's only one. Slave in purple costume brought 2 golden-clothed slaves and 20 black-clothed slaves to search for something inside this place. Moreover, it's extremely anxious. Feng Kuter said, if it wasn't for that slave in purple costume, I would definitely have been able to capture everyone else. Okay, take me to them now. After Chen Xiang broke through, he had greater confidence in his own strength. Feng Kur hurriedly brought Chen Xiang and left. Not long later, Chen Xiang saw a flash of purple light in the distance. That's the slave in purple costume. I don't know what he's doing, but he's emitting this purple light. It's as if he's capable of searching for something. Feng Kuter said, could it be to find a huge boulder that contains energy? That's very possible. Chen Xiang nodded, then used the counter power to make himself invisible, and approached her bit by bit. When he was close to them, the slave in purple costume's DY body suddenly trembled. Chen Xiang thought that he had been discovered and was about to escape, but slave in purple costume let out a loud roar, and his body burst out a burst of purple light. After the purple light was released, it pierced through a circular, huge rock. The circular, huge rock was penetrated by the purple light and started to tremble. Soon after, it split open and there was nothing inside. They are indeed looking for boulders that contain energy. Chun Xiang decided to follow slave in purple costume. This guy seems to be quite capable. Who knows? Maybe he'll be able to find him. Feng Kuter said, that way you won't have to wake up the toad's head. Chun Xiang nodded his head. He did not want to trouble the toad. Although the toad's head was powerful, it was still a little pressured to deal with slave in purple costume, a human with powerful divine bodies. A few days said Chen Xiang had always been following slave in purple costume. Slave in purple costume used the strange purple light on his body to break apart numerous stones, but to no avail. The reason they brought these black slaves was probably because they were worried about encountering beasts. Feng Ku'er was getting impatient as he entered the Yao mountain villa to look for Meijing sisters. On the other hand, Chen Xiang was very patient. He needed to be patient in order to find the energy contained in the stone. More than 10 days later, slave in purple costume suddenly discovered something. This made Chen Xiang pleasantly surprised, but he was disappointed afterwards because there was an almighty beast inside the boulder. It was killed not long after it came out. How much longer do we have to follow them? Feng Kur did not want to continue. To her, this was a very boring thing to do. Wait until they get something. Chun Xiang laughed. These guys are all from the He clan, especially that slave in purple costume. They look extremely powerful. Maybe the people from the He clan are controlling this purple-robed man right now, too. Chen Xiang did not guess it out of thin air, because he could feel traces of extremely weak fluctuations of the spatial energy. Chen Xiang continued to follow slave in purple costumes group of servants. Very quickly, another 10 days said, and this time, slave in purple costume made another discovery. It's the myriad Tao divine soil. Chun Xiang suddenly roared. At the same time, he did not stay idle and immediately took action, using his time and SPAC power to grab that piece of the black myriad Tao divine soil that jumped out. This piece of myriad Tao divine soil was very small, only the size of an egg. However, having so many precious items was already quite good. C. 3073. C. 3073, after Chen Xiang stole all the items. It immediately attracted the attention of the slave in purple costume. We've been discovered. Goodbye. Chun Xiang anxiously used time and SPAC power to teleport. I really did not expect that there was actually a myriad Tao divine soil inside. If He clan knew that something this precious was taken away, wouldn't he be very angry? Chun Xiang sent this piece of myriad Tao divine soil to Feng Kur. After Feng Kur's appraisal, he confirmed that this was the myriad Tao divine soil. It was already not bad to have so much. Indeed, how could there be a myriad Tao divine soil in this kind of net place? Feng Kur also thought that it was unbelievable and laughed. He clan is definitely going to be angered to death. Oh no, the slave in purple costume is coming. Chun Xiang felt a trace of qi approaching him and immediately recognized that it was the aura of the slave in purple costume. The slave in purple costume was extremely fast, and only he came by himself, and he even used spatial energy. I wonder how he found this place. Chun Xiang had used the time and SPAC power to teleport earlier on, so he did not leave behind any signs of presence or spatial ripples. However, the slave in purple costume still came, and at a very fast speed. This fellow's control over the power of SPAC is quite good. It looks like I can only try this move. Chun Xiang closed his eyes and released a very strong time and SPAC domain. The slave in purple costume that was charging towards him quickly entered his SPAC time domain. After entering, the slave in purple costume that was originally flying in the air suddenly dropped down. Sure enough, Chun Xiang snickered. This was just as he had guessed. The slave in purple costume was controlled by someone, and after entering his spatial and temporal domain, the person controlling the slave in purple costume had no contact with the slave in purple costume. As a result, the slave in purple costume immediately dropped to the ground. Chun Xiang became an old man, and when he went down, he took out his heavenly magic sword and chopped off the head of the slave in purple costume. Look at this fellow's memories. Chun Xiang used the soul-absorbing devil spell, but did not succeed. Well-informed ghost, I'll leave it to you. Chun Xiang told well-informed ghost to come out from the 6 realms mirrors. When the well-informed ghost came out, he found out the situation and said, "This guy's soul isn't dead yet, let's disperse his soul. Although the memory obtained isn't complete, at least we'll know something." Chun Xiang did as he was told. He dispersed the divine sense C, and the remnant soul immediately floated around. Finished collecting. Wait for me. After the well-informed ghost entered the 6 realms mirrors, Chun Xiang brought the corpse of the slave in purple costume to the boulder where the toad was and ate it. Chun Xiang was waiting here for the well-informed ghost to organize his useful memories. His soul-absorbing devil spell could not be used on the slave in purple costume, so he must have used some trick on the soul of the He clan. After half a day, well-informed ghost already had a result. More importantly, there are a total of 10 experts at the peak of world-defying stage. They are restricted by the laws of the myriad Tao, so none of them are able to take a step forward. They only have the choice to find a way to escape from the control of the myriad Tao. Also, the He clan values the myriad Tao divine soil a lot. They already heard from the myriad Tao divine mountain that U.S. NATC had away the myriad Tao's treasure, so they're going to think of a way to find you and get my body from you. Finally, the He clan believes that Murong Honglian has already obtained the world-defying green dragon, and they intend to use all means possible to S. NATCH Murong Honglian's world-defying green dragon, even if it means making the Murong family their enemy. It's that serious. Qin Xiang suddenly started to worry about Murong Honglian. If Murong Honglian only had the world-defying green dragon, perhaps the He clan would not be so jealous, but the appearance of the red fire dragon and killing a few gold slaves had caused the He clan to feel threatened. He clan thinks that the world-defying green dragon is able to fight against the myriad Tao's laws and allow them to rule the entire myriad Tao. The well-informed Go said, all of these information was gathered from Slave in Purple Costume. So it seems that Slave in Purple Costume was probably a substitute for some strong expert of He clan. Hence he had a lot of memories. Chen Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors, poured the time and SPAC power into it, and started to think about Murong Honglian. He quickly saw Murong Honglian, and being able to see him meant that Murong Honglian had already left the Murong family. Little Red Lotus Girl, what are you doing? Qin Xiang saw Murong Honglian in a dark stone room. She was squatting in a corner of the stone room. Qin Xiang, isn't this all your fault? What happened to the dragon? Even the elders of my family have determined that I possess a world-defying green dragon. No matter how I explain it to them, they will not listen to me. And He clan really wants this world-defying green dragon. When Murong Honglian talked about this matter, he was filled with anger. I don't know what's going on either. That dragon was only released by me due to a misunderstanding between the two of us. Chen Xiang had only done it once, and he had also tried it later on, but he did not succeed. I know about your situation, but why don't you stay in the Murong family? It's very dangerous for you to run outside. He clan has already decided to use whatever means necessary to obtain the world-defying green dragon from you. Chen Xiang said somewhat embarrassed. Sedley, what my world-defying green dragon? It's clearly yours. I have never had a world-defying green dragon before. She was about to go crazy. Even Qin Xiang, the culprit, said that the world-defying green dragon was hers. Sorry, it is my world-defying green dragon. I will think of a way to clarify it for you. Qin Xiang laughed. Continue pretending for a while. I am also worried that the He clan is looking for me. It is your Murong family that wants to obtain my world-defying green dragon. I wanted it, but didn't I give it up later on? Murong Honglian said, while gritting his teeth, he had initially chosen not to be Qin Xiang's enemy, but he did not expect that he would be hurt so badly. Hurry back to the Murong family. Chen Xiang said, once you return, I will think of a way to find trouble with the He clan. At that time, I can let you have your innocence. Give me back my innocence. You make it sound as if I've been tainted by you. Last time, she was really almost done for by Qin Xiang. Hurry up and go back. I'm just worried about you. Qin Xiang laughed. All right, I'll go back now. After Murong Honglian finished speaking, she immediately teleported away, leaving the stone room. The only reason she came here was to get away from the Murong family, because the Murong family thought that she would forever be a world-defying green dragon. Then, just as she was about to teleport out, Qin Xiang saw that 4 slaves in purple costume had appeared outside. He clan, you all. Just as Murong Honglian finished speaking, the slave in purple costume began to attack, even using extremely ruthless methods. Murong Honglian immediately used the time and SPAC power to dodge it. She angrily cursed, He Huang Yu Bi, AST, you actually sent the slave in purple costume to deal with me. C-3074. C-3070, foreseeing the appearance of the slave in purple costume S. Qinxiang was a little anxious. In the distance, there was a very large flying discs in the sky, where the young master of the He clan, He Huang, was currently standing, smiling as he watched the besieged Murong Honglian. Murong Honglian, don't you have a very powerful dragon? Quickly release it. Don't hide it anymore. He Huang laughed. I want to see how strong your dragon is. Your He clan is truly shameless. How many times have I said that the dragon had nothing to do with me? Murong Honglian shouted in anger. It has nothing to do with you? It was clearly you who released it last time. If it's not yours, then whose is it? He Huang chuckled. And at this time, the slave in purple costume S were still attacking Murong Honglian with great ferocity. I'm too lazy to explain. Murong Honglian also did not say that it was her, and for some reason, she decided to hide this matter for Qinxiang. Murong Honglian wanted to teleport away, but this time He Huang took out an even stronger spatial sealing divine tool. Murong Honglian and the slave in purple costume S were inside the light barrier, so she couldn't leave the light barrier. He Huang, right? Don't be complacent. I will kill you sooner or later. Qinxiang saw that there were still 3 elders on He Huang's flying discs. The strength of these elders were unknown, so Qinxiang did not dare to rashly release the world-defying green dragon, otherwise he would be severely injured. Let me try and see if I can get this daughter of mine over here. Qinxiang immediately left the myriad Tao forest because he could not enter the 10,000 Dao forest. After he left the myriad Tao forest, he took out the 6 realms mirrors and saw that Murong Honglian was still barely dodging. He Huang, who was watching from the distant flying disc, was a little anxious. 3 ancestors, please make your move quickly. If you didn't force her into a corner, she wouldn't have released the world-defying green dragon. All right, I'll go in now. After a white-robed old man finished speaking, he turned into a white light and shot into the huge golden light barrier. It's over. Seeing the old man come in, Murong Honglian felt despair in his heart. This old guy is very strong. Qinxiang immediately used the 6 realms mirrors to sense Murong Honglian's aura. Then, with a thought, the 6 realms mirrors flashed and began to hover in the air. Then Murong Honglian fell out. Murong Honglian had originally thought that he should not be caught, but he did not expect that he would actually appear in a desolate mountain. Although I've saved you, you can rest A.S. Assured that I won't let you repay me with your body. Qinxiang laughed. This is all your fault. Murong Honglian rolled her eyes at Qinxiang in anger. She needed to be thankful to Qinxiang to be able to escape this calamity. All right, there's nothing else. You can go back to the Murong family now. Qinxiang said, You will go back with me. This is the only way to explain it. Murong Honglian said, My family will not ignore He clan's actions against me. Qinxiang shook his head. You are too naive, letting me go with you to the Murong family? You will definitely be eaten by the old fellows in your clan to the point where not even bones will remain. Absolutely not, I promise. Murong Honglian said, I am quite prestigious in the clan. I will not go. Qinxiang said, Don't worry, I will use other methods to help you clarify things. As long as they know that the world-defying green dragon is still in my hands, it's fine, right? But I'm worried that the elders of my family still won't believe me. Murong Honglian replied, How about this? I won't let you follow me back to the Murong sacred grounds. As long as you follow me outside, I will invite the elders out. Qinxiang thought for a moment, nodded his head, and said, All right, I promise you, if they attack me, you have to protect me. I am very afraid of death. Are you afraid of death? No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like it. He seems like someone who would rather die. Murong Honglian scoffed, then forcefully pinched Qinxiang's shoulder and began to teleport. After teleporting several times, Qin Xiang finally arrived outside the so-called sacred ground of their family with Morong Honglin. Wait a minute, they will be coming out soon. I've already informed them. Morong Honglin said, then led Qin Xiang into a forest. There was a lake in the forest, and beside it was a pavilion. Morong Honglin made Qin Xiang sit on the stone chair in the pavilion and wait. Did you find anything when you entered the myriad Tao forest? There's nothing wrong with you inside. Morong Honglin was very surprised. That's just because you don't know enough about it. Qin Xiang laughed. You think it's scary inside. You must have heard about it. In fact, it's very safe inside. You world-defying stage clan can't go in and capture me. That's true. Morong Honglin scoffed slightly. How did you manage to get the world-defying green dragon back last time? They are all a piece of stone. Qin Xiang told Morong Honglin about the stone, but he definitely could not let world-defying stage clan know about him hiding the power of his other 5 beasts. Otherwise, they would definitely come to us. And if he ate it away like madmen. So strange. Morong Honglin was also incredulous. She naturally believed in Qin Xiang's words a lot, because this was something that she had personally experienced. Was it because of that stone that made that powerful big fire dragon? As long as Morong Honglin closed her eyes, the red fire dragon would reappear in her mind. She would never forget the scene of how powerful the red fire dragon was. Yes. Qin Xiang nodded. I can't succeed on my own. Suddenly, a spatial ripple came out. Qin Xiang was immediately on guard. It was definitely an elder from the Murong family. A middle-aged man and a dozen young men did not have that sort of extremely powerful old man. Greetings, Uncle Master. Greetings, seniors. Morong Honglin immediately bowed to them. This is Qin Xiang. The white-robed middle-aged man looked at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang had the myriad Tao treasure in his hands. Even without the world-defying green dragon, the myriad Tao treasure was still an extremely precious treasure. Yes, the world-defying green dragon is still on him. Last time, because the Red Lotus was surrounded and attacked by the He clan, he used a secret technique to release the world-defying green dragon to help me escape. When the He clan came to besiege me earlier, there were still 3 strong elders. Morong Honglin formed the image of the old man from the He clan. When the middle-aged man saw him, he frowned. He clan, and these guys are getting more and more excessive. They don't even put us in their eyes. Qin Xiang is the myriad Tao divine soil in your hands? This sort of thing is of no use to you, and you probably don't know how to use it, so leave it to us. A blue-clothed man said, his tone very rude and unreasonable. Morong Run, what are you talking about? Morong Honglin was instantly enraged as he looked at Morong Run with killing intent. Things like the world-defying green dragon and myriad Tao divine soil were originally a waste on him. Morong Run sneered. Teacher, don't you think so? The middle-aged man did not speak. He could tell with a glance that Morong Honglin was very concerned about Qin Xiang. If not, he would not have been so angry. Qin Xiang watched quietly. If it was only the ATTI, Toot of the younger generation, he would not care. But if the middle-aged man and the other elders were the same, then he would have to be wary of the Murong family in the future. See 3075. See 3075 before, Morong Honglin had guaranteed to Qin Xiang that the Murong family wouldn't have any hostility towards him. But now that these youths were treating Qin Xiang like that, she was deeply moved, and her heart was filled with rage. Listen up, he has already saved me twice. If not for him, I would have been killed by He Huang long ago. Morong Honglin said angrily, waiting for the man. Thank you for saving us. But you better not get too close with Red Lotus. You are now a common enemy of us, world-defying stage clan, so we will let you off this time. The middle-aged man said, Senior Master. Why did you say that? Morong Honglin was startled. She never thought that their Murong family would treat Qin Xiang with such an ATTI. Toot, They obviously wanted to obtain the things on Qin Xiang's body. She thought that since Chen Xiang had saved her life twice, her Mu Rong family would definitely be grateful to Qin Xiang and would even protect Qin Xiang and fight against the He clan. However, her martial uncle's reaction was out of her expectations. She had never expected that their clan's elder would be like this. Qin Xiang was actually very calm because this kind of situation was completely within his expectations. He understood this kind of power very well, and he had lived for a long time, meeting quite a few of these kinds of families, and he had long seen through them. "I'm leaving." Although Chen Xiang looked very calm, he was still very angry in his heart. He had saved Murong Honglian twice, and the ATTI, Toot of the Murong family, was actually similar to this. Qin Xiang teleported away. Murong Honglian wanted to chase after her, but she was stopped by her senior master, who pressed on her shoulders. He then released his spatial energy to imprison Murong Honglian, preventing her from following. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Murong Honglian was a little angry, and her tone of voice had already become ice-cold towards her elders. "You're not allowed to go." After which, the two young men shot him a glance. The two young men immediately teleported away, obviously to chase after Qin Xiang. When Murong Honglian saw them, he was enraged. "You guys want to kill him?" The world-defying green dragon and the myriad Tao's treasures are extremely important to our Mu Rong family. Since he is not giving them to us, we can only take them out ourselves. This is related to the clan's interests, so don't let our family's growth be hindered by your children's relations. HI+P. As long as we have that world-defying green dragon, it would be easy for us to destroy the entire He clan. Furthermore, we can also break free from the control of the myriad Tao's laws. After Murong Honglian heard this, she was even more furious, but she was helpless now. She only hoped that Chen Xiang could use that secret method to contact her, and that way she could tell Qin Xiang that there were two people chasing after him. "Aren't you afraid that Qin Xiang will use the world-defying green dragon to kill your two disciples?" Murong Honglian calmed down and thought of Qin Xiang's ability. Qin Xiang was not weak. Don't underestimate them. Although they did not cultivate to an unrivaled divine body, they were definitely not weaker than those golden slaves. You have to suffer. The He clan's golden slaves are brainless idiots with only brute force. But my two disciples are much stronger than them. Honglian, you must be very tired since you've been running around outside. I'll bring you back to rest." The senior master sneered, then took Murong Honglian and teleported away. After Chen Xiang teleported a distance, he stopped at the top of the mountain and looked down at the beautiful scenery of the mountain range. The scene could calm down the anger he had mulat just now, otherwise it would be very uncomfortable for him. After he felt much better, he suddenly felt a trace of spatial energy fluctuations. "Is it someone from the Mu Rong family?" Qin Xiang frowned and turned to look. Just when he turned around, a white light flashed. It was a huge net that appeared out of thin air and covered him. The net covered the entire mountain and then gradually shrank, causing the entire mountain to collapse. Not long after, Qin Xiang was tightly wrapped by this huge net. Is that not the case? It seems like the fire dragon can only intimidate us, but it is still too weak to deal with idiots like the He clan. A young man appeared in front of Qin Xiang. He was one of Murong Honglian's previous senior brothers. I didn't expect him to succeed so quickly. It won't take much effort to get here. Another man dressed in black laughed. That little girl Hong Lian has done a great job this time. Bring that brat over to us and capture him. He clan has gone crazy and wants to capture him. Your Mu Rong family is not as strong as the He clan, but your shamelessly ability is still stronger. Do you really think that you would be invincible just because you're shameless? Chen Xiang couldn't help but smile. He wasn't worried in the slightest. Even when you're about to die, you still have such a cheap mouth. Are you worried that your death might be too quick? That black clothed man was immediately angered and laughed sinisterly. "Don't worry, I won't let you die comfortably. I like to torture people the most. Even if I don't torture them to death, there are at least 8,000. When Chun Xiang saw the Morong family members' faces, the anger that he had just calmed down immediately ignited. He had indeed saved Morong Honglian twice, but the people from the Morong family had repaid the debt of grat. "One tood, I saved Morong Honglian before," Qin Xiang said coldly. "Could it be that this is the result?" "So what? Even if you don't save her, nothing will happen to her. Moreover, you saved her time and time again and caused the relations HI plus P between our Mu Rong family and the He clan to get worse and worse." "That's right. Our Mu Rong family does not plan to become enemies with He clan at the moment. But you deliberately used the world-defying green dragon to help Morong Honglian secretly, causing He clan to think that our Mu Rong family already has the world-defying green dragon, and created a lot of enmity towards us. It seems that your Mu Rong family is just a bunch of cowards." Chun Xiang mocked. "But it's normal. You guys are born like this. Why not a dog? At least a dog would dare to bark at He clan. And you guys? They only know how to shrink their eggs. How dare you insult our Mu Rong family? We, the Mu Rong family, don't even have the right to talk about people like you. You're courting death." The black-clothed man was enraged. His face was already fierce. He took out a rod and smashed it towards Qin Xiang. The moment the pole flew towards Qin Xiang's body suddenly flashed with green light. Kraz, H plus asterisk the net of white light that tightly wrapped around him was suddenly torn apart by the azure light. Following a dragon's roar, an azure light shot straight into the sky. The sky immediately surged with billowing clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Chen Xiang had already escaped from the net and quickly distanced himself from the two men, controlling the world-defying green dragon to attack. "Is this the world-defying green dragon? Great! Today we will personally capture this green dragon." The black-clothed man was actually very happy. However, just as he was about to attack, a ball of white light suddenly enveloped them. It was a seal released by Chen Xiang using his 6 realms mirrors. Feng Kuer's seal was extremely terrifying. Even divine ranked world-defying stage did not dare to look down on her seal. After the two men from the Mu Rong family were hit by Feng Kuer's sealing power, they who wanted to attack were suddenly unable to move. C. 3076. C. 3076. The people from the Mu Rong family were still powerful. Although they were sealed by Feng Kuer and could only move, they could use the power of S.P.A.C. to teleport. The updates were quick. This was something both Qin Xiang and Chun Xiang did not expect. After the world-defying green dragon in the sky released 2 bolts of lightning from its eyes, they teleported away to avoid it. At the same time, they were also struggling with the sealing power with all their might. They're about to break free. Feng Kuer could feel the sealing power he had released weakening. Qin Xiang immediately rushed over, let out a loud roar, and released an extremely strong SPAC time domain with all his might, enveloping the surrounding 100 li. Then he would control the world-defying green dragon to attack. The world-defying green dragon roared. This time it opened its mouth, and from it shot out an extremely huge blue lightning. That lightning was like a huge river flowing down from the sky and immediately enveloping the two men from the Mu Rong family. After the green dragon lightning pierced through the ground, a violent power of lightning burst out from deep underground, causing the ground within 1,000 miles radius to crack and churn. Lightning of all sizes spewed out from the ground, shooting high into the sky. The strength of the world defying green dragon far Serpa. SES my imagination. After Chen Xiang cultivated the world-defying holy body to its peak, this was the first time he used the full power of a world-defying green dragon. The two men from the Mu Rong family were lucky enough to survive, but they didn't die. Instead, They fell to the ground with their bodies charred black. "You're still alive." Chun Xiang came to their side and mocked. "I wonder who was the one who said they would torture me to death just now? You've all turned into a lump of carbon, so I can't recognize you." Chun Xiang used his foot to step heavily on a person's face and asked, "Did you say that? Did you say that?" His stomps were very powerful, and his feet were emitting waves of lightning power. "No, he said so." The man from the Mu Rong family said while crying. They might have been arrogant before, but now that they knew he was about to be killed, they were scared to the point of peeing. "Oh!" Chun Xiang stepped on another person's face and asked, "Did you say that?" He said it. The man obviously wouldn't admit it, or else he would have died. Right now, both of them had been turned into charcoal, and because their throats were injured, their voices had greatly changed. However, there was no change in their auras, so of course Chun Xiang could separate them from his aura. He only wanted to see how afraid these disciples of the Mu Rong family were of death. "Looks like you're all going to smack the dog to death." Chun Xiang laughed out loud. "I can't even tell the difference between you two, so I'll kill you all too." "Don't." They had not thought that Chun Xiang's world, defying Green Dragon, would be so powerful. They had thought that the powerful net in their hands would be able to trap Chun Xiang, but something like this had actually happened. "Don't worry. I don't hate you as much as you do, so I will not torture you. I will let you leave in a great manner." After he finished speaking, a cold light flashed out from Chun Xiang's hand, and the heavenly magic sword had already appeared in his hand. With a few swishes, he beheaded the two of them and burned them to death with the world-defying G.O.D. fire. Mu Rong family, just you wait. Don't think that just because Morong Honglian is on good terms with me, I won't do anything to you. In my heart, you two are much more despicable than the He clan. Chun Xiang looked in one direction, which was the location of the Mu Rong family's hidden secret realm. He planned to go to the Mu Rong family the moment he cultivated the primordial divine body, in order to let them know that he, Chun Xiang, was not a soft persimmon. 2 of the Mu Rong family's disciples had been killed. That was a very good thing. It was much more precious than the gold slaves of the He clan. Although the gold slaves of the He clan were powerful, they were all very stupid. They did not have their own battle awareness and did not know how to react in battle. The 2 people who were like Chun Xiang and her were both part of the younger generation that were hard to come by in the clan. After such an incident, the entire Mu Rong family was shocked, especially Morong Honglian's senior uncle. He thought that he would be able to obtain the world-defying Green Dragon and Myriad Tao's treasures very soon, but he never expected that he would be left with such grievous news. Morong Honglian was being placed under house arrest in her own room, so she found out about this matter through a servant. She could only sigh helplessly as she was well aware of Chun Xiang's abilities, and this was something she had expected. He Huang had almost been killed by Chun Xiang just now, let alone the children of the Mu Rong family. Senior Marshal Uncle has suffered a great loss this time. Those 2 senior Marshal brothers aren't good people either. They deserve it. Morong Honglian remembered how that senior master had treated her and Chun Xiang, and now that he knew about this matter, he couldn't help but feel a little happy. This event had alarmed the Mu Rong family's old ancestor. After all, these 2 young and outstanding disciples had consumed a lot of resources to nurture them. However, the future of the Mu Rong family was gone. After half a day, that senior master came to find Morong Honglian. You should know by now. That senior master's face was gloomy and cold. He was extremely furious at the turn of events, and in his heart he felt that this was caused by Morong Honglian. Of course I know. Morong Honglian whispered. The clan elders are all very supportive of my actions. They think that I am right and that I have to ensure the clan's benefits. Therefore, no matter how merciful Chun Xiang is, for the benefit of the clan, we must obtain his world-defying Green Dragon and Myriad Tao's treasures. That martial uncle's voice was cold as he suppressed the fury in his heart. Yes. Murong Honglian only replied once, but she had already seen through everything. Humph, we've worked so hard to nurture you. Aren't you thinking for the benefit of your own family? Seeing Murong Honglian's reaction, Senior Master became as angry as thunder and said sternly, "Of course, I'm thinking for the benefit of my family. I understand Qinxiang a lot more than you guys. If we can rope him in, it will benefit the entire Murong family, which is why I worked hard to persuade him to come and see you. Previously, he was very wary of you and refused to come over even if he had to. It seems like he was right." Murong Honglian said, "What benefits do we have to win him over? You are just a woman, and you have a short-sighted mind." When Senior Master saw Murong Honglian use such a tone to talk to him, he became even more furious. "Before, you accused me of not thinking about the family, but now that I've said what I think, you say that I'm short-sighted? What exactly do you want?" Murong Honglian was also enraged. "Everyone has their own thoughts. Now you are forcefully instigating your own thoughts into my head. Besides, the mistake in this matter is with you. Do you want to push the blame onto me?" "You." This Senior Master had already raised his hand, wanting to slap Murong Honglian, but Murong Honglian was not afraid of him. "See 3077. See 3077, Red Lotus. I won't blame you this time. This time, our family has suffered such a huge loss that we need to make up for it. As for you and Qinxiang's relations, HI plus P is not bad. I hope that you can invite him in." "How fast?" the martial uncle said. After Murong Honglian heard it, his mouth twitched. He then sat on a chair and said, "You can go now. I'm not going to do this kind of thing. You can all do ungrateful things, but I can't, even in death." Murong Honglian nodded very resolutely. "Don't worry. Of course I won't let you die. 2 of our outstanding disciples have already died, so I won't let you die, but I can let the others die." Senior Master laughed sinisterly. "Although your master, this old trash, has lost all his cultivation, he did, after all, possess a powerful divine body and is still alive. But to our family, he's just a piece of trash. We can let him die." Murong Honglian suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. The flames of anger seemed like it was about to spew out. "You bunch of bastards!" Murong Honglian was so angry that her body started to tremble. "My master once made such a huge contribution to the clan. Can you really do such a thing?" Murong Honglian had already given up all hope on her family. What they had done to Qinxiang earlier had overturned her understanding of her own family. Maintaining him now consumes a lot of resources. "Tell me, what is the purpose of him living?" Uncle sneered. "Of course, if you do well, we will let them live well." Murong Honglian was so angry that her entire body was trembling. "If you don't agree, I will immediately bring him here and kill him for you on the spot. At that time, you will blame yourself for your entire life. Don't forget, if it weren't for your master's careful care, you wouldn't be alive today." Uncle stroked his beard and laughed. "I promise," Murong Honglian said. "But you must promise me, once I finish this matter, you will let my master and I leave the Murong family. This kind of family makes one's heart tremble. I feel that there is no need for me to continue staying here." "No problem. I can sign the blood contract with you, and I don't need you to kill Qinxiang directly, as long as you bring him in." Murong Honglian's expression was ice cold. She nodded and said, "I will definitely trick him into coming here. Let's sign the blood contract now." Following that, Murong Honglian and her senior master signed a blood contract. "Murong Kai, I want to ask you something." Murong Honglian no longer called him senior master, but directly called him by his name. "Ask away." After Murong Kai signed the blood contract, he was very happy because as long as Qinxiang was brought in with the strength of the Murong family's ancestors, taking down Qinxiang would not be a problem. Is our ancestor really that cold-blooded? Morong Honglian said, "We are not cold-blooded. We are doing this for the benefit of the clan." Morong Kai laughed. "Of course, this is not something you need to be concerned about in the future, because you have already decided to break off your relations. I plus P with our Morong family. I think you all are doing this not for your families, but for your own benefits, to make yourselves stronger, to free yourselves from the control of the myriad Tao. Don't think that I, Morong Honglian, am an idiot." After Morong Honglian finished speaking, he walked out of the room and quickly left the Mu-Rong family's secret realm. Chun Xiang had already returned to the myriad Tao forest. He took out the 6 realms mirrors, originally wanting to try and see if he could see Morong Honglian again, but he didn't think that it would actually be possible. Little Red Lotus. Chun Xiang laughed and shouted. Morong Honglian also did not expect that not long after she left the Mu-Rong family, Chun Xiang's voice would sound out in her mind. Previously, she did not know how to find Chun Xiang. "I'm sorry. We, the Mu-Rong family, are truly sorry to have treated you like that." Morong Honglian felt extremely guilty. "It doesn't matter, since your Morong family has suffered. Chun Xiang will not be easily bullied." After Chun Xiang killed the 2 fellows, he was in a good mood. "Where are you? I have something I need to talk to you about." Morong Honglian asked. She wanted to meet Chun Xiang. "Did the Mu-Rong family let you go to capture me?" Chun Xiang laughed. Seeing Morong Honglian's eyes flash, he was even more sure about this. Morong Honglian never thought that Chun Xiang would actually be able to guess at something like this. She remembered all of the deeds that Chun Xiang had done before, and understood that Chun Xiang was definitely a person with a lot of experience. "Yes, then are you still willing to see me?" Morong Honglian asked. "Of course not. I'll wait for you outside Myriad Tao Forest." Chun Xiang was not afraid of Morong Honglian, but he had his own thoughts. Since the Mu-Rong family was so ruthless, he would not let them go, but he did not know how he could enter into the Mu-Rong family right now. And Morong Honglian was the only breakthrough. Morong Honglian came very quickly, and when she saw Chun Xiang, she did not dare come close, for fear that she would scare him away. "Come over here. You can't take me down right now." Chun Xiang laughed out loud. "The 2 idiots from your Mu-Rong family who just died are much stronger than you. But wasn't they still killed by me?" Morong Honglian approached and said, "I did indeed promise Morong Kai that I would bring you back to the Mu-Rong family." "Who is Morong Kai?" Chun Xiang guessed that it was that senior master. "It's my senior uncle from before. Now I don't recognize him." Morong Honglian sighed. "I promised him that I would only be forced into a corner. So after I left the Mu-Rong family, I wanted to talk to you about this matter, and now only you can help me. Who did he use to threaten you?" Chun Xiang had also encountered this kind of thing before, so he was able to think of it immediately. "My master. My master was once an alchemist of the clan and had great contributions to our Mu-Rong family. Because when he stepped into Myriad Tao Forest, this D.A.M. Ned Place, a strange situation had occurred in his body for some reason, causing his divine sense C to collapse. He can't use the world-defying stage divine power now, but his primordial divine body is still here." Chun Xiang finally understood why Morong Honglian was so afraid of this place. "Your master is actually an alchemist and has also contributed greatly to the Mu-Rong family. Now, the Mu-Rong family is using him to threaten you. They are really quite evil." Chun Xiang was not surprised. "Yes, so I made an agreement with them. Once I bring you to the Mu-Rong family, they will let me leave with my master." Morong Honglian also knew that as long as he could catch Chun Xiang, it would be extremely difficult, and it would be even more impossible to swindle him. "Is there a time limit?" Chun Xiang asked again. "Not really." Morong Honglian saw that Chun Xiang was thinking about something, so she did not pursue the matter further. I can follow you back to the Murong family, but I need to prepare. How about giving me some time? Said. Entering the Murong family was something he needed, but he was not strong enough yet, and the Murong family had a powerful ancestor that he could not handle right now. See 3078. See 3078, seeing Chun Xiang agree. Although Murong Honglian was happy in her heart, but she was also worried. She was very clear about the strength of the ancestors of the Murong family. You really promised to come back with me? Murong Honglian didn't know why Chun Xiang agreed. Chun Xiang wasn't stupid. He could see through a lot of things. Yes, but I need some time. How about 10 years? Asked. He wasn't sure how long it would take for him to cultivate the primordial divine body, but he felt that there wouldn't be any problems within 10 years. He could use the power of time to get even more things. All right. Murong Honglian felt that 10 years wasn't a problem. 4 world-defying stage clan, like them, who had existed for an eternity. This amount of time wasn't anything at all. You can go back now. Chun Xiang needed to cultivate a world-defying heaven fruit in order to refine this kind of fruit into a world-defying heavenly Dan, and then cultivate this proud divine body. If I am ready, I will find a way to contact you. That's why you need to leave the Murong family's secret realm from time to time, so that I can see you through my divine artifact. Chun Xiang added, Well, if Master and I can get out of the Murong family, I would be very grateful to you. After Murong Honglian left, she also made up her mind to make herself stronger. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how she would face the Murong family in the future. She was afraid to take it off a novel. Woo. After leaving the Murong family, she would be hunted down by the Murong family. After Murong Honglian left, Chun Xiang hurriedly returned to the Myriad Tao Forest. He would be safer there. At least during the time he spent in the Myriad Tao Forest, he did not encounter any kind of fatal danger. Are you really planning to go to the Murong family? Feng Kure said, Yes, but before we go, you and I must cultivate the primordial divine body. Chun Xiang said, In addition, I also need to grasp the trick to using Red Fire Dragon. Chun Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and fused that strange stone inside. If he wanted to release the Red Fire Dragon, he could only do so through this stone, which he had never tried before. Let's try it now. We must succeed. This Red Fire Dragon can bring you very powerful strength. Feng Kure said, Of course I know. Chun Xiang penetrated the world, defying stage divine power into the 6 realms mirrors, and felt the energy from the stone inside. After feeling it, he poured into the time and SPAC power. The 6 realms mirrors quickly lit up, and then he released the world-defying green dragon and let it in. After the world-defying green dragon entered, it used the special time and SPAC power of the stone inside the 6 realms mirrors to teleport outside. The current situation was similar to the last time he was here. Last time he let the world-defying green dragon enter the square-shaped board, letting it go to Murong Honglian's side. That's the feeling. Chun Xiang was overjoyed and released the power of the other 5 beasts. The power of the 5 beasts continuously flowed into the 6 realms mirrors, through the strange stone inside the 6 realms mirrors, and fused with it, entering into the world-defying green dragon's body. The world-defying green dragon suddenly roared and flew high into the sky to dance. At this time, the air was already violently surging with clouds, and the world-defying green dragon had changed. Its scales had turned red, and on its back, 2 streams of flame spewed out a pair of gigantic Suzaku fire wing. Not long after, the red fire dragon reappeared, and it was much stronger than before. This was all because he had already cultivated the world-defying holy body. Red Fire Dragon. Chun Xiang looked at the gigantic and mighty flame dragon in the sky and felt the scorching aura from this huge dragon. He couldn't help but become excited because this dragon was his. It's a success. After Fengkuer ran out from Yao Mountain Villa, he was also very happy. Truly powerful, and very beautiful at that. Chun Xiang nodded his head, then quickly kept the dragon. There were hidden dangers inside the myriad Tao forest, and he was worried that he would attract some powerful beings. After putting away the red fire dragon, he immediately headed towards the huge rock where the toad head was and hid inside. Now we've finally succeeded. I have already grasped the secret of summoning red fire dragon. Chun Xiang looked at the 6 realms mirrors, liking this divine equipment even more. The 6 realms mirrors had accompanied him for many years and had always been of great use to him. We will start growing the world-defying heaven fruit now. Chun Xiang looked at a small tree in the Yao Mountain Villa, then concentrated and released the power of the time laws to form a small time domain, enveloping that small tree. Right now he was using the dual time domain, which could shorten a lot of time. I should be able to try the triple time field now. Chun Xiang had already increased his strength by a lot. He felt that this should not be a problem. It's just that the consumption would be huge. At that time, he would just have to rest for a while. Chun Xiang calculated that if he were to use the triple time field's coverage, then it would be equivalent to 75 years. This would be extremely fast, and with the Mei Jing sisters' nurturing, he should be able to grow it very quickly. Teleporting will take 1,000,000 years for the fruit to mature, but Si Jing and Beauty have a special way of growing medicinal herbs. The time should be shortened by around 100 times, and they should be able to mature within around 10,000 years. Chun Xiang was calculating how long it would take for the triple time field to grow. About 130 days, more than 4 months. Chun Xiang felt that it was not considered slow now. Originally, it would take millions of years for the plant to mature and grow. You'll know once you try it. If the power of time is only used on a tree, then it shouldn't consume much energy. Fengkuer said, previously, when Chun Xiang was using the time domain, he had covered him inside, and even covered everything inside the divine sense sea world. So the consumption was extremely huge. This was because the power of the time domain had been scattered and absorbed by a large number of creatures. Now that he was only trying it on a single tree, he felt that it wouldn't consume much energy. I'll start right now. I can definitely do it. Chun Xiang very skillfully released the time domain, covering that tree, and then released the second stage. As expected, the consumption is very small. After releasing the second stage, Chun Xiang realized that he had consumed very little world-defying stage divine power, so he continued with the third stage. After the third stage, the consumption of world-defying stage divine power was more obvious, but it wasn't very fast either. It's a success, and a very easy one at that. Chun Xiang's face revealed a smile. If this goes on, I will only need about 4 months before I can obtain the fruit of that tree. See 3079. C3079, the world-defying heaven fruit tree, was extremely rare, and this fruit was obtained from the myriad Tao Dan Jiodi. Previously, Jiang Sijing and Jiang Sime had planted this fruit for a period of time, but it was growing very slowly. Mimi, I'll have to trouble you all for the next few months. Chun Xiang said because the fruit tree was growing rapidly, it needed to absorb a lot of life force. Fortunately, Chun Xiang had let them cultivate the world-defying holy body previously, so it was relatively easy for them to cultivate it now. It's nothing. We've been here for so many years, we've already gotten used to it. Jiang Sime laughed. Chun Xiang often used time domain, and his Yao Mountain Villa was also covered, so they stayed inside for a much longer time than they did outside. Chun Xiang estimated the consumption of world-defying stage divine power S, and discovered that the consumption was not too big, and he could recover on the way there, so he did not linger and took the chance to refine Tianyuan Holy Body Dan. 3 months had Pa S said, and Chun Xiang was still concocting pills in the S. P.A.C. inside the huge boulder, but he was suddenly awoken by the toad's head. Toad, didn't you sleep well? Why did you suddenly wake up? Chun Xiang asked. He did not sense any movements. I feel a strong sense of deterrence. The toad solemnly said, "I'm going out to take a look." "Is there any danger?" $1, read dollar novels. YB, Wait a little longer. I will go out with you. Chen Xiang was on good terms with the toad now. "No need. If there really is a danger, I will have a way to escape. You don't have to worry about me." As the toad spoke, it tore open a large hole and drilled out, then filled it up again. Feng Kuer said worriedly, "I also felt that threat. I wonder what it was sent out." "He should be fine." Qin Xiang could only continue refining pills, growing world, defying heaven fruit trees on one side. He's quite strong. Feng Kuer loved him dearly. The toad didn't come back even after going out for more than 10 days, causing Qin Xiang to start worrying about him. Just as he was about to stop and leave, the toad suddenly came back. However, it was covered in wounds, and its body size had also become much smaller. "Toad, how are you?" Chen Xiang immediately stopped and walked over to the toad. With a weak voice, he said, "When you go out, you must be careful. There's a very strong fellow coming from outside. I was almost killed by him." "Is it a human?" Qin Xiang asked. The toad nodded, then shook its head. "I'm not too sure either. He looks like a human, but he doesn't give off the impression that he's a human. You must not go out for now. If you are discovered, it will be very dangerous. Are you okay now?" Qin Xiang saw that the toad's head was severely injured, and all the injuries on its body were caused by sharp objects. "I'll be fine after I sleep." The toad fell asleep as soon as it finished its sentence. Seeing that the toad's condition had stabilized, Qin Xiang felt more at ease. The toad head is not weak, but he was injured this way. What kind of background does that fellow have? Qin Xiang could not help but think of the He clan. He clan often sent powerful servants to look for energy. It can't be He clan. Feng Kuta said, "The servants that He clan has sent out, even slave in purple costume, cannot have a toad's head as heavy as this, and there is only one toad's head. So it is impossible for multiple slave in purple costumes to surround and attack him." Qin Xiang said, "Myriad Tao Forest is already very mysterious. Maybe there are a lot of things hidden inside that we don't know about. Wait until I refine the world, defying Heavenly Dan, then we can talk." Before, Qin Xiang thought that the Myriad Tao Forest was very safe, but now, this fellow that appeared out of nowhere made him feel uneasy. After he calmed himself down, Qin Xiang continued to plant his world, defying heaven fruit. After more than a month had passed, said the fruit tree had already ripened and 10 world, defying heaven fruit grew out. "I finally succeeded." The time was similar to what Qin Xiang had estimated previously. After he succeeded, he planned to go out and relax. After he left the boulder, he immediately felt a powerful presence rush over from the distance. "There's a very strong guy over there." Just as Chen Xiang wanted to go over to take a look, he sensed another, similarly powerful aura coming from the other side. Following that, wave after wave of powerful auras surged over from all directions, and many such powerful things actually appeared in the Myriad Tao Forest. "Looks like I can't walk around here anymore." Chen Xiang immediately left the Myriad Tao Forest and returned to it. He was only a Danji, mysterious land, and did not head there. He was worried that the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain would be under strict surveillance by the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain and the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect, and that it would be troublesome if they found out that he was inside. After all, with the appearance of the world-defying stage clan, those world-defying stage claness would definitely hope to obtain his world-defying green dragon and Myriad Tao's treasure. "Chilean, are you all right here?" Chen Xiang took out his communication jade symbol paper and sent a message to LV Chilean. "Everything is fine. We have fought with the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain and the other world, defying stage, Heavenly Sect a few times already, but they have always been unable to obtain any benefits from us." LV Chilean responded, "They really want to capture us right now, but we won't let them succeed." "That's good." "Oh right, you sent someone over to help me refine some Tianyuan Holy Body Dan." Chen Xiang replied, "I'm not going back to hundreds of flowers village." There was the aura of a world-defying green dragon on his body. The He clan had ways to use this aura to find him. "All right," LV Chilean said. She told little Lizzie and Xiao Baifeng to come over, and after Qin Xiangpa S said them a box of Tianyuan Holy Body Dan, they left the Danji, the mysterious land, in a hurry. When Chen Xiang arrived outside the Myriad Tao Forest, he wanted to see if the He clan was able to find out his whereabouts at any time. "I will release the world-defying green dragon to take a look." Chen Xiang released the world-defying green dragon and let it emit waves of qi. In less than an hour, he could already feel several auras appearing. It's the people from the He clan. One of them even managed to cultivate the primordial divine body. It's so strong. Chen Xiang immediately teleported to the Myriad Tao Forest. When an old man from the He clan arrived, he snorted coldly. "How did this guy know that we are unable to enter the Myriad Tao Forest?" He Huang said, "Morong Honglian's relations. HI plus P with him is not bad. And the last time I released the aura of the world-defying green dragon, Morong Honglian was already together with him. Did not obtain the world-defying green dragon, but her relations. HI plus P with Chen Xiang was not bad. So Chen Xiang secretly released the world-defying green dragon to help her." C3080. C3080 last time. He Huang almost got killed by Chen Xiang. If it wasn't for him having a powerful protective divine tool, he wouldn't be able to stand here and talk. However, the attitude of the Mu Rong family towards Chen Xiang is not very good. I will be staying in the Mu Rong family to tell them that Chen Xiang killed 2 outstanding Mu Rong family disciples. The ancestor of the He clan said, and then Morong Honglian was placed under house arrest. This group of people from the Mu Rong family are really impatient for quick success. You don't even know how to use such a good opportunity. He Huang could not help but laugh. I was worried that Chen Xiang would ally with the Mu Rong family. If he enters the Mu Rong family and is nurtured by them, he might become a disaster in the future. That's why he had no choice but to hide inside the Myriad Tao Forest. We are currently unable to enter the Myriad Tao Forest, so we are unable to do anything to him. The ancestor of the He clan looked into the depths of the Myriad Tao Forest, his gaze becoming deeper. At this time, the Myriad Tao Forest is not peaceful either. Then how can we capture Chen Xiang? The world-defying green dragon on this fellow's body are very unusual. The last time he turned into a huge flame dragon, he almost killed me. I think that even slave in purple costume would easily be killed. He Huang did not speak further. At that time, Chen Xiang's cultivation was still very low, and if Chen Xiang managed to cultivate the primordial divine body, it would be a huge threat to them. Don't worry, he won't be able to cultivate the primordial divine body that easily. The He clan ancestor said, "Right now, what we need to do is to form alliances and subdue all the other world-defying stage clan that are hostile to us. If we cannot make them surrender, we must immediately eliminate them. We need to finish forming our own forces as soon as possible." "All right." He Huang nodded. "Then what about Chen Xiang's side?" "Continue to pay attention. He won't be able to escape." The ancestor of the He clan replied, "Our top priority right now is to obtain the power inside the Myriad Tao Forest so that we can get rid of the control of the Myriad Tao as soon as possible. Only then will I be able to wield even more power." As soon as Chen Xiang entered the Myriad Tao Forest, he immediately felt that the atmosphere inside was not right. From afar, he could hear the sounds of explosions and the ground began to shake, as if there were super experts fighting inside. It's better to find the toad head as soon as possible. Chen Xiang didn't want to teleport into the boulder he was on, but after he arrived, the boulder had disappeared, and only the toad's head remained on the ground. There were already many huge boulders around him, and by now the boulders had already turned into pieces. "Toad head, toad head." Chen Xiang walked over and shouted a few times. The toad opened its eyes. I'm fine. Luckily, I faked my death and escaped this calamity. The toad said, I don't know why such a powerful person suddenly appeared here, but he's fighting for territory and fighting everywhere in here. And don't wander around for the time being. I will put you into our the equipment. Chun Xiang threw the toad head into the 6 realms mirrors. The toad's head was placed inside the 6 realms mirrors, and Chun Xiang even used the array inside the 6 realms mirrors to help him heal his injuries. Toad head, what kind of fellow is fighting here? Chun Xiang asked. Was it the one who injured you before? No, it's the other 2. They look like humans, but I don't think so. I don't know much about them either. The toad said, but in my experience, they are the ones who occupy their own territory here. As for what they want to do, I do not know. After Chun Xiang used counterpower stealth, he followed the remnant auras to continue his tracking. He wanted to see what kind of guy was fighting here, so he needed a safe and quiet environment to refine world-defying Heavenly Dan. It didn't take long before he sensed waves of energy coming from the front. These waves of violent energy were like a tornado that continuously surged toward him. He's really strong. Is this a battle between those with peak divine body? At this time, Chun Xiang felt that he was inside a huge furnace. He was cultivating the world-defying God fire, so his endurance towards fire was extremely high, but it was all the same to him, causing him to perspire profusely as he felt a slight burning sensation on his skin. It was basically difficult to move within the area of intense battles. The berserk energy caused the SPAC to become extremely unstable, and even time and time again tore SPAC apart. Chun Xiang could only see the light that continuously exploded in front of him, and could not see what was fighting at all. Even using Dao Heart Eye, I can only see a ball of red and a ball of golden energy. Chun Xiang used the Dao Heart Eye to try and see for himself, but he did not discover anything else. He could only wait here. He saw an old man with a head of golden hair floating in the air. The old man was tall and his upper body bare, showing off his strong muscles. His body was flowing with a golden brilliance, and below him was a pair of white pants. You've lost. From today onwards, this place is mine. Hurry up and scram. The bald man's body was filled with cracks, but his blood was indeed orange in color. I will definitely get my revenge. After the bald man said this, he flew away, dragging a red light behind him. Are they human? When Chun Xiang saw these 2 strange fellows, he could not help but become suspicious. They looked extremely strong, and even though they looked like humans, Chun Xiang felt that they were actually not humans. Who? The golden-haired elder sensed that something was nearby and immediately became vigilant. He then punched towards the direction of Chun Xiang, striking out a gigantic golden fist shadow that moved forward like a mountain. Chun Xiang only felt that when the huge golden fist arrived, the SPAC in front of him continuously collapsed, and the surrounding SPAC trembled. Let's go. After becoming frightened, Chun Xiang reacted very quickly and teleported before the SPAC had completely collapsed. After Chun Xiang left, the golden-haired elder frowned. This guy is not very strong, but he is proficient in spatial energy. Truly bold. He should have already left my territory. If he were to enter again, I will definitely let him die here. After Chun Xiang escaped, a cold SHI plus ver went down his spine. He almost died just now, although he had a very strong world-defying holy body and had cultivated to its peak. He felt like he would be torn apart in front of the golden-haired elder at any moment. Shaokur, did you sense it just now? That guy was too terrifying. Why would such a fellow appear in the Myriad Tao Forest? Chun Xiang gasped for breath. He was still inside Myriad Tao Forest. Although it was already razed to the ground, it was quiet. Heaven old orcs. Feng Kur replied seriously. Why would this guy appear here? Chun Xiang didn't know what the Heaven old orcs was, But Feng Ku'er actually had a faint feeling of fear toward this kind of heaven-old orcs. Chen Xiang didn't know what the heaven-old orcs was, but Feng Ku'er actually had a faint feeling of fear toward this kind of heaven-old orcs. Have you seen this kind of heaven-old orcs before? Chen Xiang asked. I have. Above myriad Tao. This thing is humanity's natural enemy. Feng Ku'er said in a low voice. You must be careful. Although the heaven-old orcs here aren't very strong, they aren't weak either. With your current strength, it would be difficult to deal with them. It's something that's above myriad Tao. Chen Xiang was shocked. Could it be that they came down from the myriad Tao themselves? If they came down from the top, then their power must be terrifying. No. Feng Ku'er shook his head. If they really came down from above, you wouldn't have been able to escape. The heaven-old orcs above myriad Tao is indeed very strong. Then how was the heaven-old orcs born here? Asked. Currently, he was still in the myriad Tao forest. If this thing was truly frightening, he might have to find another safe place to cultivate. I'm not too sure either. Above myriad Tao, this thing was bred by a mysterious power, and it was born into a human body. However, it had a very strong beast heart, and this beast heart made it extremely powerful, as terrifying as a world-defying beast. Feng Ku'er said, there were a few human rankers who caught a human together. At that time, they let the beast heart escape, and in the end, the beast heart was able to breed a new powerful human body in a short period of time, and then return back to find those humans and kill them. It's so scary. Can I still stay here? Chen Xiang was shocked. It should be possible. They aren't the kind that is scary like the myriad Tao. Looks like you have to cultivate the primordial divine body as soon as possible. Otherwise, dealing with this kind of guy will be extremely difficult. Feng Ku'er said, the one you met just now should be considered the stronger heaven-old orcs here, but you can still escape from him. Why did so many heaven-old orcs suddenly appear here? Chen Xiang knew that a lot of things had suddenly happened, and the toad's head had been injured. I guess it's because there are huge stones here, and these stones fell down from the myriad Tao, containing a certain amount of mysterious power. On top of the myriad Tao, there's a very strange and mysterious power. I don't know what it is, but it will enter the human body and become a part of the human power. Feng Ku'er said, it could be that after being nurtured for a period of time, they were born together. The person Chen Xiang met just now was a golden-haired old man who didn't seem to have just been born. Looks like we can only avoid these guys. I just don't know if they will be able to leave this myriad Tao forest. Chen Xiang suddenly heard a burst of fled sound from far away, like a thunder from far away. He was standing there, watching the battle. Heaven-old orcs should be fighting for their territory. They also do this kind of thing frequently in myriad Tao. Although they fight with each other a lot, they usually don't kill the other party. Feng Ku'er said, Chen Xiang had also seen just now that after the golden-haired heaven-old orcs defeated her, she would let her opponent leave and did not finish him off. Chen Xiang dug a deep pit in the ground. He planned to hide underground and have Feng Ku'er create a few layers of enchantments so that his presence could be isolated. Even if he were to make a huge commotion while concocting pills, he did not need to worry about his presence being detected by the heaven-old orcs above. I feel that these heaven-old orcs may not be able to leave the myriad Tao forest, but they definitely have a way to leave. Once they fight for their own territory, an ancient emperor will appear, and at that time this emperor will join forces with the other heaven-old orcs to break the restrictions on them. Feng Ku'er said he thought that he would just have to deal with the world-defying stage clan, but from the looks of it, these heaven-old orcs were also a big threat. All right, now let's see if we can successfully refine the world-defying Heavenly Dan. Chen Xiang did not have much confidence in refining this pill. The main thing was that myriad Tao Danji. Di had previously said that this pill was extremely difficult to refine. Chen Xiang took out the Tianchuang furnace from the secret underground room. The Tianquang furnace had already merged with the myriad Tao divine soil, becoming extremely STU-R, dysprosium. This allowed Chen Xiang to feel more at ease. Otherwise, with such a high-level medicinal ingredient like the world-defying heaven fruit, once the energy exploded, he would definitely find it hard to endure. If I refine it, will I really be able to cultivate the primordial divine body? Although Feng Ke knew that Qin Xiang was good at refining pills, he still found it hard to believe. It was because cultivating the primordial divine body was extremely difficult. If Chen Xiang was able to refine it, it could be said to be a huge overturning point. As long as there was enough of these pellets in the future, it would allow many people to cultivate the primordial divine body. If myriad Tao Dan Ji, D didn't lie to me, then it shouldn't be wrong. Qin Xiang took out the world-defying heaven fruit. This type of fruit was very special once it had ripened. The previous fruit was only a seed and had been stored for many years, so its characteristics were not revealed. Right now, the world-defying heaven fruit in his hand was very fresh. There was a faint silvery white fog flowing on the surface. This white fog could not be dispersed no matter how he blew, and it slowly surrounded the silver-white, world-defying heaven fruit like immortal fog. It's very hot. After holding it in his hand for a period of time, Qin Xiang actually felt that it was very scalding. He had no choice but to throw it into the Tianquang furnace. What a strange thing! After Qin Xiang threw the world-defying heaven fruit into the cauldron, he suddenly saw that outside of the cauldron, there was a layer of frost. What's going on? Didn't you say that it was very hot? Feng Ke felt that it was unbelievable. She also saw that Qin Xiang's hands were burnt red and were still smoking. However, a layer of frost had appeared on the surface of the cauldron. I don't know. It's very strange. Qin Xiang frowned and said, "This fruit is beginning to emit heat again." No, other than the hot air, there is an even more unique aura. What kind of power is this? Before he had even started concocting, so many strange things had happened. This made him feel that it would be even more difficult to concoct the pills in the future. Whatever, let's set a fire to see what it's like. He immediately released his strongest world-defying G. D-fire. The world-defying G. D-fire began to burn intensely, wrapping up all the world-defying heaven fruit. There's no movement. Is it okay to continue burning like this? Qin Xiang tried using another method to burn the fruit. Originally, he thought that he could easily succeed, but not long later he saw the fruit suddenly tremble, and then the flames wrapped around the fruit, completely submerged into the fruit. The strong world-defying D-fire that he had released had all been swallowed by this fruit, almost in an instant. Qin Xiang was startled, and continued releasing the world-defying God fire. What made him angry was that no matter how many world-defying God fire he released, they would all be immediately engulfed. And if he continued releasing, the world-defying heaven fruit would also continue to absorb his flames. Qin Xiang was startled and continued releasing the world-defying God fire. What made him angry was that no matter how many world-defying D fire he released, they would all be immediately engulfed. And if he continued releasing, the world-defying heaven fruit would also continue to absorb his flames. This way of refining the pellet was simply impossible to continue, which made Qin Xiang very depressed. I'll see if I can use other techniques to succeed. After that, he used a variety of refining methods, all of which were specially designed to deal with this kind of stubborn medicinal ingredient. However, after trying them one by one, he did not succeed. It's a failure. There's no other way. This guy actually devoured them all. Qin Xiang was a little disappointed. He had tried for many days, and all of them had ended up like this. Why don't you just continue releasing the flames and see how much of this fruit it can be devoured? If he can't continue devouring it, that would be easy, right? Feng Ke laughed. All right, I'll try. Qin Xiang used the time domain, then released the strongest world-defying D fire. He planned to burn it for a very long time, which might actually be what Feng Kurer said. However, after a few months had said the world-defying heaven fruit was still able to absorb a large amount of his flames without any reaction. This made him feel extremely helpless. This thing can't be fed at all. Qinxiang sighed. What exactly happened? I'll just eat and take a look. There was nothing he could do now. He planned to eat it directly and see if he could find out what was so special about it. This fruit was the size of an apple. He had originally planned to take a bite out of it, but as he was trying to do so, he felt a sharp pain in his teeth and nearly broke. Mother****, this thing is too tough. Qinxiang couldn't help but curse, then covered his mouth. He had used a lot of strength to bite just now. How could he have known that it would be so RDY? Let's try using my golden needle to see if it can be pierced. Feng Kurer took out his invincible golden needle. After Qinxiang received it, he pierced the fruit very smoothly. He had no choice but to admit that the golden needle was indeed terrifying. It can pierce through. After Qinxiang pulled out the golden needle, he wanted to pour some flame into the hole, but the moment the needle was pulled out, the little hole above started to heal. So that's how it is. This fruit has an extremely strong defensive layer on the surface, and the regeneration ability inside is very strong. It's a bottomless pit that can swallow large amounts of fire. Qinxiang used his gold needle again. He could feel a bit of resistance when he pierced the skin, but it became much easier after piercing through the skin. You can do this, Feng Kurer suddenly said excitedly. Although this golden needle is very small, but you can use it to directly send the flames to the inside of the fruit, and then you will be able to break through the defense of the fruit. Qinxiang's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. He would immediately try it out. Very quickly, he successfully channeled the flames through the end of the golden needle. What surprised him was that the golden needle was absorbed very well by the world-defying God fire, and after extracting his world-defying God fire, it would be strengthened a lot, and in the end it would be transported from the top of the golden needle to the inner parts of the world-defying heaven fruit. Let's see if you can absorb it this time. Qinxiang held the world-defying heaven fruit in his hand. What made him more suspicious was that the world-defying heaven fruit had never shown any signs of burning, nor did it emit any icy qi. When he had such doubts, he suddenly felt a burst of coldness, causing him to turn pale in fright, because his entire hand was instantly frozen, and he felt that the icy cold power was quickly spreading. He had no choice but to call out the heavenly magic sword, SLAs. Plussing his palm down from his wrist. His broken palm fell to the ground and instantly shattered into ice crystals. The world-defying heaven fruit on top of it also tumbled to the ground. So dangerous, I was almost killed by that thing. Qinxiang closed his eyes and had the Meijing sisters channel the power of rebirth into his severed arm. It seems like this fruit will most likely be able to refine a pill that would allow one to cultivate an unparalleled divine body. Since it's so terrifying, the defensive power of oneself will be very strong. Feng Kurer said. Qinxiang nodded. Under the infusion of a large amount of life force from the Meijing sisters, his severed arm had already grown back. He stretched his wrist and nimbly moved his fingers a bit, finally letting out a sigh of relief. You can't take it directly. I must have been a great threat to him, and that's why I fought back so hard, Qinxiang said. Previously, this fruit swallowed a large amount of my world-defying God fire it should be used to cultivate. Qinxiang used the heavenly magic sword to hack a few times, but only left a few faint marks and did not successfully dodge it. He used the heavenly magic sword to carry the fruit into the chuangs. H+G+D furnace. I'll give it back to you. Qinxiang took out the golden needles and gave it to Feng Kurer. You don't need my method? Feng Kurer asked. There's no need. Let me try and see if I can use the time and SPAC power to directly send the flames into the fruit. Qinxiang said, then closed his eyes and released the time and SPAC power. This was only one of his conjectures, but after he tried for a bit, he did not succeed. This world-defying heaven fruit actually managed to cultivate such a strong defensive barrier. It was able to resist his time and SPAC power from infiltrating it. Chen Xiang immediately told Feng Kuter about this shocking discovery. Xiao Kur, I might need your help next. It's obvious that there are all sorts of arrays within this thing. These arrays are all formed naturally and form all kinds of enchantments, which is why it has such a strong defense. Qin Xiang said, All right, I'll take a look for myself. After Feng Kuer ran out, he immediately controlled this fruit to float in front of her, and then carefully examined it. Very quickly, she saw many very small lines under the skin. These lines looked dense and complicated, but they were actually very profound array spirit grain. Sure enough, Feng Kuter saw through it with a glance, and he was extremely excited. As long as you destroy this formation, you can easily deal with this fruit. Yes. Qin Xiang nodded. Can you do it? Of course not. After Feng Kuer finished speaking, he immediately began. She closed her eyes, and a small dot of light appeared on her forehead. Afterwards, a faint beam of light shot out from inside, hitting the world-defying heaven fruit surface, revealing a layer of faint light mist. This was Qin Xiang's first time seeing her using this method. All right, Feng Kuer only opened his eyes a short while later and laughed. I've succeeded, and I've even learned this thing's spirit grain. The world is big, and there's nothing too bizarre about it. This kind of fruit is actually born with such a strange and powerful spirit grain. Qin Xiang took the world-defying heaven fruit in his hands and laughed. I feel much better now. Previously, this guy always wanted to bite me, but now it seems like his teeth have been pulled out. Qin Xiang took the world-defying heaven fruit in his hands and laughed. I feel much better now. Previously, this guy always wanted to bite me, but now it seems like his teeth have been pulled out. The fruit in Qin Xiang's hand started to sway, but was held tightly by Qin Xiang and was unable to escape his grasp. But the surface is still very firm. I feel like you can't burn it directly with fire. Feng Kuer replied, You'll know once you try. Qin Xiang first used the heavenly magic sword to cut it down. Then he threw the fruit into the Tianquang furnace and used a blazing flame to burn it. Why would it still consume? When Qin Xiang saw that the flames he released were immediately engulfed, he shouted out in shock. I only destroyed the spirit grain on the surface. There are many spirit grain inside this fruit, so it's very difficult to destroy them. Feng Kuter said, Even if it is destroyed, it can regenerate very quickly. Rapid regeneration? Qin Xiang was puzzled. Didn't they destroy the spirit grain? Can spirit grain also be reborn? The spirit grain-s inside are all made up of the tiny tendons of the fruit itself. These tendons are the spirit grain-s, so even if I break through, I'll still be a complete spirit grain after I revive. Feng Kuter said, However, the spirit grain on the surface is not like that. Although the spirit grain on the surface is made up of a part of the fruit itself, I sealed a small part of it, and it caused the entire spirit grain to lose its effectiveness. But I can only seal it. It's just on the surface, but it's not on the inside. Therefore, it was not as simple as Qin Xiang had imagined it to be. If he wanted to continue refining, it would be very difficult. What's the use of damaging the spirit grain-s on the surface? Qin Xiang asked again. This fruit will not be able to release the power that will stop your time and SPAC power. Feng Kuter said, You'll know once you try. Qin Xiang tried it, and sure enough, the flame could be poured directly into the fruit through the air and then burn it inside. However, the fruit would still swallow and absorb his fire, which was why refining the fire from the inside failed. There's another way. Qin Xiang still planned to use the power of SPAC. It was just that he did not seep his flames inside, but rather used SPAC PAC to divide the fruit into 4 parts. He tried it and instantly succeeded. The barrier that was blocking the time and PAC power on the surface of the world, defying heaven fruit, had lost its effectiveness. So he could very successfully use PAC slicing to separate PAC. Shao Ku'er, seal a portion of it, so that this part of the fruit cannot be related to the other 3 parts. This way, you can cut off the formation of the spirit grain inside them. Chunxiang said, "All right." Feng Ku'er also thought that Chunxiang's method was very good and immediately released a seal. After sealing a part of it, Chunxiang threw these 3 parts of the fruit inside the Tianquang furnace and then used fire to refine them. This time, he finally made some headway. At least his flames were not being devoured. Although he was not engulfed, his progress was very slow. Fortunately, he was able to use the time domain to envelop him, allowing him to shorten the instantaneous change from the outside. Burning the 3 pieces of fruit flesh took him a whole 3 months to succeed. Now, the 3 pieces of fruit flesh had turned into many tiny crystals and a mist, floating in the midst of the Tianquang furnace. "You can release the sealed part now," Chunxiang said. After releasing Feng Ku'er's portion of the energy, Chunxiang immediately grabbed the opportunity to burn it, because he was getting closer and closer to success. It took him an entire month to burn a portion of the fruit. "I finally reached this step." Chunxiang relaxed a lot at this time and let out a long sigh. There were still a lot of things that needed to be done, and all of them were not easy. "It's beginning to fuse." Chunxiang fused all of the tiny medicine crystal and the mist inside, and through the power of Feng Ku'er's seal, quickly formed a large silver-white crystal. Then he used the derivation technique to make the crystal produce 9.5 times the size of small crystals. This took him a whole year. The process is really long. Feng Ku'er sighed. "The effects of this pill are so strong that it's a must. It's not easy to concoct at all, so I might need more time." Chunxiang was not planning to go against them anymore. He was very clear that he did not have the strength to do so after he had gained the upper hand from the current situation. Thus, he was able to directly fuse them together. 9.5 crystals were produced, fusing together with the original body and improving the quality greatly. Finally, it would have to be compressed into a very small pill. "Shao Ku'er, thank you for your hard work." Chunxiang said, "It's nothing. Just remember, in the future, just help me refine one. I also need to cultivate a very powerful divine body." Feng Ku'er laughed. She worked really hard because it was very difficult to fuse them together, and it was even harder to compress them into a very small pellet. All of this required her to release a very strong sealing power to carry out. Would only be assisting him in this later stage, as transferring his own world-defying stage divine power into Feng Ku'er's sealing power would be able to reduce his energy consumption. "You pill refining boy. I can't even do what you can do." Chunxiang laughed bitterly. If not for Feng Ku'er, he would not even have used the derivation method, because he would never have been able to fuse it and condense it into a pill. After Feng Ku'er released the sealing power, he started to integrate it. His progress was slow, and it would take a lot of time. The amount of time needed to condense the pellet was beyond Chunxiang's expectations. It actually took 2 full years, and it only added up to more than 3 years. Of course, outside, only 40 to 50 days had passed. "Mother **Cur, can this pill really allow one to cultivate an unrivaled divine body?" As Chunxiang held the world, defying heavenly Dan that was Ning with a silvery light, he couldn't help but become excited. Even if it was those world-defying stage clan it would still be difficult for their own young disciples to cultivate and reach the primordial divine body. Otherwise, a person with a great power like He Huang would have cultivated the primordial divine body long ago. However, the He clan had been searching for a way, so their slaves that were wearing the slave in purple costume clothes might have come out from the experiment. "Let's eat them," Feng Kuo urged. She was even more agitated than Chen Xiang at the moment. Qin Xiang did not remove his spatial domain. He was worried that he would need a longer time to refine it. After eating the world, defying heavenly Dan, Qin Xiang immediately felt himself enter a very comfortable state. A faint silvery white glow flowed out from the surface of his body, and wisps of smoke curled up into the air. As Feng Kuo watched from the side, he could not help but turn pale from shock. The spirit grain inside that fruit has not been completely refined, and is currently still appearing within his body. This kind of pill is indeed not simple. Who knows what kind of method he will use to cultivate the primordial divine body. After eating the world, defying heavenly Dan, Qin Xiang fell into a deep slumber. He did not feel that many spirit grain-s were gradually appearing in his body. These spirit grain-s formed a formation to absorb the world, defying stage divine power in his body, and used it to temper his body. After eating the world, defying heavenly Dan, Qin Xiang fell into a deep slumber. He did not feel that many spirit grain-s were gradually appearing in his body. These spirit grain-s formed a formation to absorb the world, defying stage divine power in his body, and used it to temper his body. Other than that, the pill also released an ability that after fusing with his world-defying stage divine power, it would be able to seep into his body, refine his body more quickly, and strengthen his body. How strange! Feng Kuo looked at Qin Xiang outside. Qin Xiang's body was enveloped by the SHI plus mirroring silver mist. When it surrounded his body, it would occasionally surge a little and enter Qin Xiang's body, and then spew out a pale white mist from Qin Xiang's body. This mist merged with the silver mist and quickly fused together. After continuing like this for a while, the silver light mist suddenly entered Qin Xiang's body, causing his body to suddenly swell up, and the skin on his body started to flicker with gold light, revealing waves of spirit qi. Feng Kuo could feel that the qi he was releasing was very strong, and immediately released a few more seals, isolating the qi, although she had already set up the seals, but she was not at ease. The change isn't regular at all. What's going on? Feng Kuo also did not know how long Qin Xiang would have to continue like this. Qin Xiang only felt very comfortable, as he was immersed in a very good state of mind, allowing his entire body to relax. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. When Qin Xiang woke up, he saw Feng Kuo looking at him with her big and round eyes. What's wrong? After Qin Xiang woke up, he felt extremely energetic. He looked at his body and exclaimed, "It has improved a lot." But he didn't manage to cultivate the primordial divine body. Feng Kuo said somewhat dejectedly, "I only ate one. It's not that easy to cultivate in the primordial divine body." Qin Xiang laughed. "You have to be a bit patient. I already feel that the pills here can bring about a great improvement. If I refine a few more, I will definitely be able to cultivate the primordial divine body." There were still many world-defying heaven fruit on the world-defying heaven fruit tree, which was enough for him to refine a few pills. This was because he only needed a single fruit to refine one. In the next period of time, Qin Xiang and Feng Kuo worked together and continued refining world-defying heavenly Dan. With the previous experience, he could speed up a lot this time, but it would still take a lot of time. After the second pill was refined, Qin Xiang immediately ate it. When he woke up, he discovered that the progress was actually even greater than last time. Soon, I feel that I only need to eat one more pill to successfully cultivate the arrogant divine body. Qin Xiang was very confident. "And when you finish cultivating, it's my turn. I also want to cultivate my primordial divine body, so that I won't be able to beat those heaven old orcs in the future." Feng Kuo could also tell that Qin Xiang had improved a lot. Qin Xiang started to refine the third pellet. Refining the world, defying heavenly Dan now wasn't too difficult for him. It was just that it took a lot of effort and time. Fortunately, he had Feng Kuo's help. So refining the world, defying Heavenly Dan would be even easier than before. After consuming the third world, defying Heavenly Dan, the moment Qinxiang began to refine it, golden light began to leak out of his body. Is the primordial divine body coming out? Feng Ku'er was pleasantly surprised. She could sense an extremely strong qi from the golden fog that was leaking out. This should be emitted from the world-defying beast in the divine sense sea. Oh, right. Qinxiang still needs to cultivate his 6 beasts, so he will need to eat even more pills. No wonder I couldn't see how much of an improvement he had previously. He was already cultivating all the way up there. Only now did Feng Ku'er remember this matter. Qinxiang's world-defying beast was the strongest. Now that Qinxiang's body was able to release such a strong amount of beast power, it meant that the 6 beasts inside the divine sense sea had already cultivated an unrivaled divine body. And following that, as long as Qinxiang could cultivate an unrivaled divine body, he would be able to completely step into the world-defying stage's divine level. Furthermore, his strength would far surpass S experts of the same level, because he had 6 world-defying green dragon. When Qinxiang was refining the medicinal power of the 2 world-defying heavenly danas that he had eaten earlier, most of the medicinal power had indeed been absorbed by the world-defying beast. Although it looked like he was cultivating with his flesh, but the slight increase in strength meant that it would be absorbed by the world-defying beast. Feng Ku'er carefully observed the changes in Qinxiang. Just as she approached, Qinxiang's body suddenly shook, and then he spat out a burst of red flames. Could it be that the 6 beasts' aura just now fused together again? Feng Ku'er hurriedly retreated. She did not know what changes were happening inside Qinxiang's divine sense sea world. Just as she was feeling suspicious, she saw some dragon scales or Qilin armors appearing on Qinxiang's face. Looks like the 6 beasts is fusing with his body and is also strengthening his flesh. His cultivation method is truly unique. Feng Ku'er felt that it was extremely strange and observed it more carefully. After more than 20 days, Qinxiang's body was still in a state of dragon scale and Qilin armor, but as he opened his eyes, his body returned to its original state. I did it. Qinxiang had a very calm breakthrough, and unexpectedly not a single bit of qi was leaked out, which Feng Ku'er found hard to believe. Really? But I don't seem to have felt your proud divine body. Feng Ku'er ran over and pinched Qinxiang's face and frowned. You really broke through? I really can't feel that your fleshly body is that proud of the divine body. I've really broken through. Qinxiang laughed. My body is at the early stage of the divine body realm, so it's not very obvious for now. Feng Ku'er asked, what about the 6 beasts in your body? They have all successfully cultivated the primordial divine body. Qinxiang laughed. They are becoming more powerful now. The reason why I am so slow is probably because they have absorbed a lot of medicinal power. I saw that you were in a very strange state. Feng Ku'er told her about Qinxiang's condition just now. After Qinxiang heard this, he also felt that it was very interesting, but he did not take it to heart. Next is for you to eat. Qinxiang said. He and Feng Ku'er had teamed up and refined 3 pellets in one go. What he did not expect was that Feng Ku'er only ate 1 pill to cultivate his primordial divine body. He was much faster than him. Breaking through with just 1 pill, this world-defying heavenly Dan is too scary. Feng Ku'er had thought that he needed to eat 3 pills, just like Qinxiang's. Of course. Qinxiang chuckled. Whoever made this pill succeeded in heading to the myriad Tao from here. The pill formulas left behind by the myriad Tao Danji, were extremely useful to him. He would be able to continue consuming these pills to cultivate in the future.